lunge. Yes. Keep the hand up. Keep this up. Hand up so it comes straight through the shoulder. Again. And lunge. Yes. Head parry. Molinet. Volt. Molinet. Here he comes behind you. Whack him! From here. Yes? Here's a word of advice for you, little brother. When the time comes for you to fight for king and country, you avoid the provincials like the plague. Join the regulars. Pay, fiddles, even the boots are better.
I wish you were my brother, not my half-brother. I feel all of you as my brother.
So I am, George. So I am. Forever.
I, Augustine Washington, being of sound mind and body, do assert this to be my true will and testament. To my eldest son, Lawrence, the firstborn of my first marriage, I do hereby will and bequeath the farm and properties called Hunting Creek, together with all slaves and perquisites that belong thereto. To my son Lawrence, I also bequeath the iron ore mine, along with all laborers, machinery, etc., that belong thereto.
Lawrence gets Hunting Creek, Augustine gets Pope's Creek, and he leaves Ferry Farm to you. The two best to the sons of the first wife, the poorest place to my son.
Lawrence and Augustine are older than me, Mama.
Lawrence and Augustine are the spawn of a wife long dead. I am the living widow. Where was his consideration of me?
Father knew your share would be my share, Mama.
What share is that, George? Ferry Farm, ha! Your brother not only gets the choice property, he inherits the quality neighbors. Well, that's one inheritance I do not begrudge him. I would not take 10 steps out of my way to nod good morning to any Fairfax. Oh, they pretend to be gracious enough, but I know what they really thought of us. If I never see the other Washingtons again, it'll be too soon. Miles and miles of miserable roads, and what have we gained? Nothing.
Welcome back to Ferry Farm. Welcome back, children. Here we will live out the rest of our days, thanks to the gracious goodness of your father, gone to his eternal rest.
I'm hungry, Mama.
You are not. I want all you children straight in bed and with no fuss because I have the migraine. We shall have to ration the provisions from now on, Sarah. We shall not return this evening any richer than we left this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Straight to bed!
Master George, your mother wants you right now.
George, would you rather be a surveyor or a soldier? Yes, a soldier.
Soldier, indeed. At least as a surveyor, you could earn for the family. You've always been good at mathematics.
Maybe I'll be both. A soldier who can draw perfect maps. And get paid twice.
I'll settle for your getting paid now for any job. This family needs money. Enough said.
Help! Step up. Step up. Step up. Help!
George! Lawrence! You already taller than any of us. Will you never stop growing?
How you feeling? The congestion all gone? How long you been? You hungry? You thirsty?
But George should make new friends. He is a Washington, ma'am. He can move in society. It's time he saw Williamsburg. I should admire to take it. Oh, I like that, Lawrence.
But we are poor relations who must work the livelong day. Tasting the city life is for those who live at Hunting Creek.
which I now call Mount Vernon, ma'am, in honor of Admiral Vernon, under whom I served at Cartagena.
How interesting. But you didn't come all this distance to tell us that.
Well, actually, I came to visit with my flesh and blood.
Your father's flesh and blood?
And to extend an invitation to yourself, ma'am, and to my father's flesh and blood.
An invitation?
To a wedding. Anne Fairfax and I are to be married.
Someday, Betsy, you'll have a wedding like this, huh?
She already has enough fancy notions in her head without you putting one more there.
Mama, please, can't we just enjoy the day?
Well, all Washington's and all in one great bunch. What luck. I congratulate you, Mom.
Whatever for?
Lawrence being your...
My stepson?
Yes, quite. It's all family, ma'am. All family. How are you, George?
I do well, Mr. Fairfax. Thank you, sir.
I hear great reports of your horsemanship. Your half-brother, Lawrence, cannot sing your praises too loudly.
Oh.
You ride the hounds at Fair Farm?
There's very little of that sort of thing, Mr. Fairfax. We've no time to waste.
Really? Well, then you must agree to ride with us, George. Have you seen our stables?
No.
Well, they're worth a visit. Come. If you'll excuse us, Miss Washington.
Yeah.
Come. Strike your fancy?
It's as fine an animals I've ever seen, sir.
We must stop the sir business. It's too formal. Call me George.
No.
George and George will be hearing echoes. Call me what my sister calls me, which is Will. I was christened George William.
Are you sure?
Of course. We're more than friends now. We're relatives. And so I may make a bold presumption. If you do come to ride with us, can you manage the, correct
Boots and breeches for the hunt? Yes, I can. They're not as grand as they have in the mother country, sir.
Yeah, Will.
Will.
Grand can be found in Virginia. Come along.
Thank you, John.
To the man informed. Take this one off.
What? No.
You know, London is amazing. Just to see it makes you proud to be a free-born Englishman. I purchased this in England just before I sailed for home.
This won't strike your fancy? Come on.
I think I'm but scratching the surface of hidden desires.
Well, it's the largest I have. But in any case, you shall have the boots for your first hunt.
No, I couldn't.
No, you can't refuse. They're a gift from a relative. Unless, of course, they don't fit. Sit down.
Oh, Will, I can't believe it's actually happening.
Father, do you remember George Washington?
Oh, yes, of course. A young giant.
George, your first lesson in family diplomacy. It might be better if we let Father earn the Mask of the Fox today. He'll take a liking to you that much sooner, you see.
Where are you going? Come back! Good Lord! Tally ho! George, it's not the way we do it!
You're the father, the dog's not feeding up George!
Father's a good man, George. Just a touch pompous. He does know one thing, though. If you want to make your way in this world, you must grab the coattails of an important man.
You think all this belongs to Father? It doesn't. It belongs to Lord Thomas Fairfax, a cousin. My father is merely his land agent. I didn't know that. The king bestowed about 5 million acres on Lord Thomas. Father sells off parcels to fatten his lordship's purse, hoping, praying that someday his lordship will bequeath us 1 million acres. Even his prize hound belongs to Uncle. Monarch, you behave now. We must make sure this arrogant gent does not tear his chosen lady apart during the amorous minuet.
You listen to your master, huh? Behave.
Ah, here's his master, your born dog handler, George. This royal gent better get on with it. These colonial dames don't produce a litter with a nose for the fox. His lordship will have our heads. You laugh.
Welcome to Virginia, your lordship. You brought glorious weather with you. I trust the voyage over was not too terribly trying.
I despise the ocean, William.
Yes. Well, everyone is anxious to be presented to you. You remember George, William?
A joy to see you again, Uncle.
Yes.
And his good friend, George Washington.
Your lordship, I am very pleased to be included in
Yes.
And this is... Oh, yes. You'll want to refresh yourself before dining. Dear Anne and all the ladies are preparing, as I understand it, a feast fit for a king.
Let them wait.
Forgive me, your lordship, but...
If you insist in trying to please me, William, bring me my dogs.
Your dogs?
The pack you've bred for me. I want to try them out.
Now, your lordship? Now.
Come, my beautiful. You beautiful devils. You beautiful devils. You beautiful devils. Aren't you beautiful?
Lads, as well as you ride, it might be best to let his lordship earn the mask of the fox.
Of course, Father.
Ladies, Lord Fairfax.
He must be very charming.
Forgive us, ladies, for our tardy arrival. We stopped in the woods to bag you a gift.
Will! What a surprise! What are you doing here?
Ah, this is where you work the livelong day, eh?
How long are you with us?
All and sundry Washingtons well, ma'am?
Well, and working hard, thank you.
Would you like a drink? No, thank you. I'm too full of news.
Good, I hope.
Judge for yourself. My uncle, true lord of the manor, wants a survey of his property. Take a note. I'm to organize an expedition.
Why, you'll go along?
Yes, of course I will. And so will you.
Me, Will?
Don't thank me. Uncle specifically asked for that young stallion who rides like the wind to help chart his father's lands.
An expedition into the wilderness.
To the foot of the Shenandoah, ma'am.
Savage country.
Oh, well, we shall meet savages.
You will do so without George.
Mama,
It will be valuable experience for him, ma'am. Working with expert surveyors, learning his trade in the field.
And sleeping in the field and freezing in the field, far from the comforts of home or family. Risking life and limb to make free maps for my Lord Fairfax. I say no, he will not go.
Mrs. Washington, nothing was said of free maps. George will be paid for his work. Well paid.
How much?
$1 shilling a day.
Time to turn in, lads. First one to bed gets the softest straw.
We'll be along in a minute, Mr. Gant. Is it all as exciting as you imagined? Every bit.
Anything else I can get you, lads?
No, thank you. No.
Hey, Billy! Another soldier bit the dust. Bring up reinforcements.
You've had enough, Caleb Quinn.
Oh, yeah? Well, any man who can stand and fight ain't had enough.
It's time to turn.
Make this your last, dearie, or you'll not find your way to where you want to go this night.
Oh, now. Find my way to you no matter what. I make Hey, that's something to dream on, huh, lads? A broad bottom and a warm heart. That's better than kingdoms. Lift one with me, buckos. Huh?
We don't know you, sir.
Caleb Quinn, guide and trapper, at your service. Hey, if you've a mind, I could take you to hell and back. For the Red Devils know that you've been and gone. That's lightning in a glass. I know. I distill it myself.
More spirits.
I'm game if you are, Will. We have to get up before dawn.
This will get you up for creation. Hey, to Millie, huh? My heart's desire.
To Millie!
Well, come on. Bottoms up. It's said that your first drink of it can make you see into the future. Hello?
To the future.
Well, you didn't see very far, Will.
If it's so funny, why don't you do with yours as he did? Down it in one gulp. One gulp. I say no.
Hey.
Well, I'll be...
What did you see in the future, huh?
Water!
knew it was so big, so rich, so green and untouched. Wherever we go, I feel that we're the first to ever walk this land.
Indians are out here somewhere.
When will we see them?
Best if we never do.
Get the horses! Will, are you?
Oh, all right. My legs caught.
Oh, just relax. Give me your arm. Oh, my leg. I've got you. Okay. All right. Up. Oh. Up. Keep on going. Very good.
I'm all right.
Indians.
Back down the hill?
It's too late.
Then what?
Try, smiling.
What is it? Sorry.
We'll start a new fashion in Williamsburg. Soft shoes. The bootmakers will never forgive us.
Good hunting, my friends. Until we meet again.
so many wonders I couldn't count them all. And, well, of course there were the Indians.
Indians? George saw Indians.
Strange, but impressive-looking creatures with bows and arrows. And feathers, and they had drums.
They really chop people's scalps off?
Yes. Yes.
Can I try on your Indian shoes?
They're called moccasins. Hey, 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 hey,
George Washington, you finish your story.
Will Fairfax says that nature plays a trick on us. It draws us further and further west by making it more and more beautiful. I know that if ever I travel to the end of this land, I'm sure I'll come to paradise.
And you'll know you're dead and buried. You are all supposed to be in bed instead of listening to foolish notions about exploring the wilds and looking for paradise, which no doubt also belongs to the Fairfaxes. Tomorrow I want more work and less talk. That goes for you too, George.
So much for paradise.
Sir, fellow member.
A damned singular honor for two of one family to be elected to the House of Burgesses. Will and Lawrence. Can't say I approve of politicians, though. Found them rather dull cheese in the House of Lords.
But from the looks of you two, you can't do much harm. See that you don't.
We can but try, Uncle.
It's a long ride, Will.
Yes. Goodbye, Father.
Well, George.
Goodbye, Uncle.
You will take care of my two ladies.
Only if you promise to take care of that cross properly. And, George, you must come and see us in Williamsburg. Yes.
Cross my heart. A letter every day.
I shall perish of loneliness.
George, when you marry, you must choose a wife who has all the right answers. As I did.
I do implore thee, O benign Caesar, to spread the great cloak of thy
Benignity.
Morning, Anne.
Morning, Uncle.
What are you going to show me this morning, George? Well, sir, I thought we might ride due west to the foothills of the Blue Ridge. It's a portion of your property that you've never seen.
Lead on.
Oh, your book.
Oh, and George, no dancing practice next week. My father and I are going to Williamsburg.
To see Lawrence and Will.
Yes, and to meet a young lady named Sally Carey. We just received Will's letter, and he does nothing but rave about her beauty, her charm, her everything. I wouldn't be surprised if he intends to marry her.
Our Will?
Yes, our Will.
Marriage? It'll ruin the poor lad for the hunt. Lead on.
This is Lawrence's little brother, George? I've been hearing all this talk about Lawrence's little brother. I never expected such a handsome giant. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, little George.
Ma'am.
Not ma'am. You'll call me Sally.
And now, enter the sacred portals of your new home. Welcome to Belvoir.
What's happened?
He's been coughing up blood, George, and we're all petrified.
Whatever for? I'm fine now.
He is not.
Don't let my dearest wife alarm you, George. It's over. I just...
You see? I will not go.
You will, or I shall become sicker.
But to leave you.
I insist. Else you disappoint father, brother, and new sister.
Please.
I promise I shall rest all the while you are gone. So go, my dear. Take George in my place and dance the night away.
Me?
You. I order it. I'm your superior officer, and I order you. Face the music.
George, the next dance is mine, isn't it?
Oh, no, Miss Sally.
You'd rather eat than dance with me?
No, I only meant that I...
You only meant you're not sure I can keep up with you with those long legs. Oh, do try me, George. Do give me a chance.
No, I only meant that I meant I'm a very bad dancer. I really cannot.
You are much too modest, Mr. Washington, sir. Sister Anne says you're her best pupil.
I'm her only pupil.
Get in place.
George came. I'm so glad. Being so clumsy.
You were not clumsy. In my opinion, you're very quick to learn. For a man. Do you know what I'm saying with this?
No, I...
Then you must pay attention. Many young women will fancy you, George. And you must learn what they'll be saying with a fan.
Fan?
Oh, it has a language all its own. That means, follow me. In other words, she wants to be alone with you.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yes. Right hand open. Right hand draws it across forehead, and eyes mean we're being watched. No,
no. Not really.
Oh.
Now, if she draws it across her cheek, it means I love you. And if she puts the fan to her lips, I'd like to be kissed. Now, you're ready to converse by fan with any temptress.
I had no idea there was a language. I've kept you from the other guests.
Oh, no,
from
George.
you must be just,
I enjoy your company.
But I'm...
Oh, you must learn to appreciate what you are. Tall, handsome, and ready to devastate the ladies. Devastate them. Oh, dear. I've neglected my wonderful husband.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm very glad you're getting to know my precious Sally, George. Isn't she beautiful?
Yes.
Very.
Well, you've embarrassed George.
Oh, that's the last thing I want to do to my very best friend. May I have the pleasure, my dear?
But the pleasure is mine. Dance with all the prettiest ladies, George. Now that you know the language of the fan, who knows what adventures await you? Nothing more you can do. You've been at that bedside day and night. How can... George, you need fresh air. Or you come down with a very malady that now tortures your poor brother.
I hate to leave him, even for a moment. He gave so much of himself to me under very difficult circumstances when I was growing up.
You love him.
He can't die.
George?
I was sorry to lose your brother's services. A good man. What is this?
It's a recommendation from Lord Thomas Fairfax that I be appointed to succeed Lawrence as adjutant of Virginia.
His lordship, eh? Yes. Well, adjutant is a very important post. What are your qualifications?
Well, I've been a surveyor on the frontier, sir, and with the money earned, I've purchased lands in the wilderness. I know this country as well as any man. And I am, sir, my brother's brother.
Well, you're in luck, young man. As you know, I have decided to divide the colony into 4 separate military districts. I might find it possible to appoint you adjutant of District 4.
The smallest?
It carries a stipend of £100 a year and the rank of major.
Would it be possible, Governor, to appoint me to District 2? It includes my own county of Fairfax.
It is also the largest.
Is it, sir?
I must say, you have enough gall for someone twice your age. I have a great many candidates for these posts, each one older and more experienced, each one decorated in military service.
Your only advantage is your connections, so I suggest you content yourself with District 4.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Major. Now I should like to consult with you upon a matter of great import. The King of France, not satisfied with the vast province of Canada, has decided to make open trespass on British soil. He has sent soldiers into our territory, thus flouting British sovereignty established by God and King. They build forts, trade with our Indians, and otherwise encroach upon our sacred rights. I have received orders from His Gracious Majesty to send an emissary demanding that they depart.
Sir.
Before you recommend someone, sir, I think you should know that the French are a treacherous people. This emissary will be in considerable danger.
Yes, sir, but...
Which is why I need someone who can travel hundreds of miles through unknown mountains, has experience with the Indians, and is possessed of a hearty constitution. You were about to recommend someone, sir?
Your description fits only me, sir.
Mr. Fairfax, greetings. Greetings.
Pleasure, Steve.
Pleasure, sir.
George, this is your interpreter for the French, Jacob Von Braun.
A pleasure, sir. And this is my guide, Caleb.
Quinn?
You know each other.
Yes, well, we spent an interesting evening in Mr. Quinn's company a while
Always at your service, gentlemen. Always at your service.
Pleasure.
I got a little something here to warm us on our trip, Mr. Washington.
You should be well taken care of. I must leave you here. Sally will worry if I'm not home by dusk.
Thank you, my friend.
Tell me, how do they euchre a smart lad like you into carrying the king's message?
Well, it's an honor, sir.
Fool's errands, more like it.
What's that supposed to mean?
I didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
That French commandant has agents living with the bloody savages. Why, he needs only whisper. And British scalps will be lifted all along the frontier.
You're a cheerful fellow, aren't you, Mr. Quinn?
I'll keep you laughing, Mr. Washington. Your last breath.
How did they know we were coming?
We've been watched every step of the way since we crossed the Alleghenies.
Well, the French have eyes everywhere.
They're called Indians.
I have brought this Medoc with me from Canada. I am grateful, Major, that you provide the opportunity to drink it. Santé.
Your health, Commandant.
Superb.
Ah. Now, about the letter.
I have not only read the letter, but I have sent it to my superior. We await even now an envoy with a reply.
As to the contents.
Ah, yes. The matter of royal sovereignty. That, my young friend, is the impasse. You English say the territory belonged to George II, and we French say it is the property of Louis XV.
My king desires that the French do not encroach on any lands south of Canada.
And if we refuse to obey the order of your
king, then my governor would be empowered to drive you out by force of arms.
Do not make idle threats, young man.
I do not make idle threats, sir. I know my king, and I do not involve his name frivolously.
There, you see. This is how it begins. Perhaps we are striking the first blow in this very room. Major, you and I could be starting a war.
That commandant's playing cat and mouse with you, Major. His messenger arrived last night. He figures to just let you shiver in the wind till he's good and ready. But that's your answer.
Major, the commandant awaits you.
We are not enemies yet. Here is the reply. We do not find ourselves obliged to obey your king. We are here to stay. This territory is French. Bon voyage, Major.
You look like an Indian. I can't tell you how good it is to see you again. Alive and with your hair on your head. Come. We were all so worried about you. But after he plied me with a fine French wine, I found Saint-Pierre charming. For a Frenchman.
Know every word. George. Oh, George, how wonderful to have you back. How many weeks, months, I should say, did you see any Indians? Or those terrible Frenchmen? Oh, Sally, look at him.
George has been telling us about the expedition. Go on, George. Would you sit down?
Well, actually, I have more vital news. We are to fight the French.
Fight?
Yes. If diplomacy will not get them out of the Ohio Valley, we must drive them out.
How, George?
The House of Burgesses will fund a regiment of 300 men. We hope to enlist Catawba and Cherokee Indians from the Carolinas. 3 companies of British regulars will be sent from the other colonies. Colonel Joshua Fry is commanding officer, and I am to be second in command.
My boy, how extraordinary.
That's your dream come true.
How proud Lawrence would be.
With what rank?
I am Lieutenant Colonel.
Extraordinary.
Oh, George! My turn, sir.
Heavens, I've never seen a Lieutenant Colonel blush before.
George! George is home!
Good to see you again, Mother. And be home with the family.
About time you took care of your own instead of watching over my lord's sovereign empire. I trust you're home for good this time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I'm to form an army to defend us against the French.
I leave tomorrow.
You cannot.
Ah! Hey, Mr. Washington! Been looking forward to this, Mr. Washington.
Your hair's grown.
Hey, pretty uniform.
Well, Mr. Van Dam.
Congratulations, Colonel Washington.
Thank you very much. You look thirsty. Come in. Come in. Hard journey, huh?
I got something for you, Mr. Washington.
Good, good.
So, our mission is to strengthen the garrison on the Monongahela River. But our commanding officer, Colonel Fry, hasn't arrived yet.
And he won't. Sir, the word is that he's either sick or just got no stomach to fight the French. So what's our first job, Commander?
Well, if we are to push further into the wilderness, I need more horses, food, pay for the men. I write to Williamsburg to complain, and I get nothing but silence. And I need more fighting men. Where can we find them?
Indians.
My scouts report that the French are sending presents by the wagon loads to all the Indians. I've got nothing to counter with.
Well, I think we know a few Indians who still hate the French. Better keep down, Colonel. We're too big to miss.
Only 2 sentries on duty.
The rest of them are in those tents, fast asleep. Frenchie likes to snooze after he eats. Now, come on, get down, Colonel.
Aux armes! Aux armes! Aux armes!
Fire!
Young Washington has murdered an ambassador.
Gentlemen, we will observe the rules of good order. Please, gentlemen. We attacked the French on all sides, and after an engagement of several minutes, we killed 10 and took 20 prisoners.
No state of war exists between England and France. Has our hot-tempered young colonel assumed the authority to start such a war by shooting French ambassadors?
Sir, shall we allow Colonel Washington to speak for himself? These officers pretend they were coming on an embassy mission, but as you will see by these instructions, Washington has enclosed captured French papers which establish that the party he attacked was, in fact, sent to spy on us.
My God, do you realize what that means, Governor? No matter what young Washington says, he did kill an ambassador.
An ambassador and a spy.
You have no proof.
A point we can debate here in this room, far removed from a battlefield, but one Colonel Washington could not pause to consider in the fury of battle.
We will observe the rules of good order.
Common sense would help more, I think.
Consider it in the
You there? Unload those rope coils. Hey, Fred! Take them over there. Come over here, get your hand with that log. Those men who are working over there. I want it killed right here. 8 weeks on center. There. Sir? British regulars are arriving.
Halt the troop, Sergeant.
Take care! Halt! Take care! Halt! Take care! Halt! Hold it, y'all! Fire up!
Colonel Washington, Captain James Mackay, His Majesty's regular company of foot here at the request of your Virginia governor and burgesses.
Welcome to Fort Necessity, Captain Mackay. I believe the first order of business is to provide cover for the men and rum for the commander. Perhaps it's not the king's own, but it'll do.
Indeed.
To His Majesty, King George II.
Aye, to His Sovereign Majesty. Now, sir, may I have your muster roll so I may see how many effectives I have to oppose the French?
Captain, this is my command. I will see your muster.
I think not. Any regular officer outranks any provincial officer.
But I have been in command here for 6 months.
And I have been an officer in His Majesty's regular service for 18 years.
My commission comes directly from Governor Dinwiddie.
And mine from the king himself.
By God, he's my king too, sir. And I resent your assumption that His Majesty is as contemptuous of us provincials as you regulars are.
Colonel, I was scouting about 4 miles north of here when I spotted the Frenchies heading this way. There's a lot of them. They got savages with them, too.
Well, we'll make our stand here. Get the men to it.
They're coming fast.
Down assembly! If you won't fight under me, Captain Mackay, I would be obliged to have you fight with me. Spread out, men! Fill in the gap, soldiers. Move the wagons out! Yes, sir! Spread out, men! Spread out! Keep your feet high!
There's too many of them and too few of us. We can pile up tons of earth and logs and it won't change that. This damn tumble-down fort's gonna be a trap, I tell you. Sir? Frenchies, Indians. Take cover, they're on it! Take cover! Take cover, they're on it! Tirez! No more standing up looking around. You get your head blown off, sir.
Hold steady, men. Steady.
Drive them back! How can we, sir? There's too many of them. I don't believe that, Caleb. You bet, sir. Because they're not going to stop. They want to end this right now, before sundown, before the spirits come out of the graves.
Stand fast, soldiers! Stand fast!
The situation is hopeless. I suggest you ask for terms. Surrender? That is for you to decide, sir. It's your command. Soldier, get down!
Sir, they might want to offer us surrender terms. Shall I go out under a white flag and talk to them, Colonel?
Colonel! Colonel!
Yes. Talk to them, Mr. Monroe.
They're accusing you of actually assassinating Jumonville, and in signing the surrender, you agreed with them.
The terms of the surrender are generous, Governor. The French protected us from the Indians. And we gave up the fort with full military honors.
Didn't you understand the damn preamble? Obviously, you and Captain Mackay signed without reading it.
Von Braun had to translate, sir. We did insist on certain changes. 100 of my men were either dead or wounded. One word from the French commander and the Indians would have fallen on us. I had to decide.
Colonel, the French have tricked you into signing a confession of murder, which means that you alone, Colonel Washington, have given them the legal right to break the peace and declare war on us.
My conscience is clear, sir, in dealing with you and on the field of battle.
You're quite sure of that?
You weren't there, Governor. How can you know what it was like?
Your insolence, sir, I will not stand for it.
And I will not stand for being treated as an incompetent provincial.
Don't raise your voice to me, young man.
I did what I thought had to be done. No man can do more.
Mr. Washington, I am reorganizing our military forces. There will no longer be a single regiment, but 10 independent companies. You can have one of them if you so choose, with a demotion of rank from colonel to captain. You, sir, have helped the French tie a string of firecrackers to the tail of the British lion, which will stir a commotion in the Houses of Parliament and Versailles for many years to come. Good day to you, sir.
But Dinwiddie is not the last word, George. We Fairfaxes are not without influence in the Tidewater, you know.
No, Will, if the governor thinks that he can protect the frontier with empty resolutions and broken promises, then try. No words can describe the feelings, Will, what it's like to lead men against an overwhelming enemy. To see them slaughtered before your very eyes. All my life, I'd heard of the thrill of battle, the glory. And when I first heard the bullets whistle, I thought there was something charming in the sound. But in the end, it's nothing but blood. Wounded crying out. I'm done with it, Will. It's over.
Good day, Mr. Fairfax. How good of you to call, my boy. I've missed our little talks while you've been off fighting the French and their savages.
As well, I've missed our little talks too, sir.
What are your plans now that you've put the army behind you?
Well, I'm afraid the army has put me behind it. I've been attending my mother's affairs.
She's well, I trust?
Well, as well as mother ever can be. It's clear to me now that she'll not hand over my inherited property as long as she lives, so I must find a place of my own.
Oh, yes, quite. Well, if there's anything I can do to help.
Yes, sir, there is. As your daughter has remarried and moved into her new husband's plantation, I would like to lease Mount Vernon from Anne, if you approve. Property is all anyone can be certain of, sir. The rest is wind in the trees.
Well put, young man. And I certainly can understand your hunger for land, hunger that I had when I was your age. But does this talk of Mount Vernon mean that you've given up your dream of serving in His Majesty's regular forces?
Yes, well, my military career is over. I'm a farmer now, and glad to be.
You're quite certain of that?
Never more so.
Then the house is yours, George. And what comes with it? In exchange for 15,000 pounds of tobacco to be paid to Anne each year. Agreed?
It's agreed, sir.
And if the good lords see fit to take Anne first, then you shall have clear title.
Thank you, sir.
It's what your dear brother wanted. Come.
There he
is, my inconstant friend. And what do you have to say for yourself?
Sally, I'm sorry.
Here alone for almost a week, and you've made no effort to call at Belvoir. Why, sir, have you been avoiding us? I demand an answer on pain of instant embarrassment.
Well, I didn't want you to see the house till I'd finished my plan. But I should have known that you'd wait for no man. So enter, madame, if you insist.
Oh, I do. Oh, dear, poor George, living all by yourself. No furniture, all this emptiness. How can you stand it? I have to have beautiful things to surround me.
Well, there's so much to do, and it takes so long when you don't know that much about architecture. I have the help of this English builder's manual, and I've developed a good eye. Oh, that sounds immodest, doesn't it?
Terribly. Lead on, sir. If you can't give me a tour of what is, then you must show me what will be.
Your brother Lawrence would have loved your plans for the garden.
I don't want to see it as formal as before.
You must keep the roses. And George, you must plant everlastings. You know, those November flowers that can be dried after the frost and brighten our world until spring.
What a lovely thought.
You've just designed your dream house and garden. What about a dream lady? What would you like her to be? A wisp of a thing, soft and fair? Perhaps tall and dark-haired, like your Sally.
Oh, no. No, not like you. You're one of a kind, and I'd never find another.
Dear George.
George! George! Will! Welcome home!
My dear.
George.
My friend. I can't tell you how delighted I am that you'll no longer have to travel half the day to reach our door.
You'll dine with us tonight?
Oh, no, really. Of course you will. We have much to talk of. Every tongue in Williamsburg is wagging about the arrival of a Major General Edward Braddock with 2 regiments of British regulars.
Braddock?
He sailed into Hampton Roads last week. Oh, what a sight. A forest of sails. Boatload after boatload of real British regulars. Superbly trained and disciplined. They're amazing. They march as one man.
March where?
The general has orders from the king to take Fort Duquesne.
By God, it's about time. That fort controls the frontier.
And once taken, we can drive the French right back to Canada.
Now, why so interested, George? I thought you'd turned your back on a military career.
I want you with me, since you've already tangled with the French in the wilderness. So I value your experience and advice.
Governor Dinwiddie and I...
Yes, I know all about that. But you wouldn't be someone that I would want in my military family if you hadn't also tangled with the governor. We soldiers must stick together, eh?
Yes, sir, but...
Even the governor admitted that you're someone who will fight and not just diddle away your time cooped up in some frontier fort.
But there is the matter of rank, sir.
Rank, yes. I shall make you a civilian aide without rank, Colonel. You'll get your orders directly from me, and that way no one in the regulars will outrank you. How does that strike you, sir? Are you with us?
I would be honored to serve in your family, General Braddock.
Good. Good.
And the last field must be seeded by the end of the month. If the French cooperate by turning tail and leaving the Ohio to us, I should return well before first harvest.
If there is a harvest. George, this drought.
Little brother, don't even say it. We must produce 15,000 pounds of tobacco or lose my lease on Mount Vernon.
I'm Mrs. Washington.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but...
I certainly don't have to be announced to my own son. There you are.
Just like your brother, running after Mount Vernon at every opportunity.
Mother, Jack...
And you, enticing him to take care of your property while mine lies parched in the hellish sun.
But I needed Jack to finish the planting and to look after the house.
Cows so dry we must squeeze them like bagpipes for a pitcher of milk. And all you can do is steal away my John Augustine and hitch him to your plow.
George can teach me agriculture.
How? When he's hundreds of miles away in some godforsaken wilderness. And who knows if you'll ever come back, except in a box that we must put in the ground.
Mama, that's a terrible thing to say.
Well, it's true. George, how ungrateful you are for all the sacrifices that I've made for you when your father died.
I know. I am grateful. You're welcome to stay at Mount Vernon while I'm away.
If you insist.
I do.
Well,
I'll lose the light if I don't leave now. Goodbye, Mama. And I hope you don't mind that I told John Augustine to call on you with any problem that he might have.
My boy, I'd feel hurt if you hadn't. We're really family, you know?
Yes, well, thank you. I must be on my way. Goodbye.
Godspeed.
Doesn't look well. Take good care of him, Will. And say goodbye to Sally for me.
Yes, I don't know why she suddenly went running upstairs. If you could wait but a moment.
No, I can't. I must go.
We both hate to see you leave.
Yes, well. Thank you for all that you've been to me.
George William.
And you to me. To all of us. Godspeed.
Yes.
Go without saying goodbye?
Somehow I knew and couldn't bear to be there when you told the others. I heard everything from the top of the stairs. Why, George?
My heart is not in agriculture. I realize that now. The bearing of arms can be my only life. Great events are afoot. I mean to be a witness.
You prepared that little speech, didn't you? You haven't really answered why.
You know why?
I don't. You're being rude when you say that I do.
I enjoy your company too much. It's wrong.
It's not wrong. We're friends, nothing more.
I can't stay here any longer.
George. My father gave it to me. Now I give it to you.
I can't take it.
It will bring you good fortune, I know it will. Please keep it. Do that much for your dear friend.
Howitzers, 6 ships cannon, 14 6-pounders. To move all of this, sir, we've been promised by the colonial governors 200 wagons and 2,500 horses.
Has anyone a comment on our proposed tactics? Colonel Washington.
You're top-heavy in ordnance, sir. Transferring such heavy loads over 300 rugged miles across rivers and mountains could prove to be more difficult than any of us could imagine.
We thrive on difficulties, don't we, gentlemen?
We certainly do, sir.
Yes, sir, I'm sure you do. But to achieve victory here, you may have to alter your tactics.
And what, pray, must we do, Colonel?
Well, sir, you and your officers are new to this country. Your success has been won on European battlefields in the time-honored way. A frontal assault on an enemy army in an open field, siege of a French fort. But, sir, in this campaign, you'll be fighting Canadian French, not Continental.
What says the difference?
The Canadians, General Braddock, not only use Indians to fight, but they've also learned Indian battle tactics.
Such as?
Harassment by small raiding parties. Forest skirmishes by men disguised as to be almost invisible. They strike and then they run.
Invisible men who strike and run. Oh, really, sir?
British field tactics and firepower will chase your invisible men into eternity.
Precision and discipline, young man. That's how wars are won.
This could be a war like no other in history, sir. The Indians can be a fearful presence, since they engage in such barbarities as lifting scalps.
Wild talk is dangerous, sir. You will build these savages into so great a bogeyman that the common soldier will quicken his boots to face them.
Yeah.
We're grateful to our Virginia friend for his opinions, whether or not they prove instructive. You have your orders, gentlemen. Maybe some down here. Look at this. Crawling with maggots. Not fit for a hog. We've received not a fraction of the supplies, nor half the wagons promised us by those damnable Virginians. I'd like to strangle that pack of scoundrels. Now sending us rotten beef. Colonel Washington! Will you kindly explain to me?
2 of your axemen, sir, slain by Indians.
What the devil are those sacks?
General, you don't want to see. They've been scalped.
Then why the bloody hell did you bring them here as if I haven't seen enough horror for one day?
But your orders were to...
Blast my orders! You provincials either totally neglect to obey my orders, or you obey them when I don't want them obeyed. Take them into the woods and bury them before my men start seeing hobgoblins behind every bush.
Yes, sir.
And Colonel Washington, report to me before officers' mess. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Oh, sir, I'm sorry to invade your privacy. The sentry said...
Don't let this barren field embarrass you, Colonel. It'll soon be overgrown again. I wasn't angry at you today, Colonel, but at your Virginia politicians whose promises, I admit you warned me, might prove as elusive as your bloody French savages. Damn them all. British soldiers ambushed and scalped. British horses stolen. Promises broken. And so I turned to my Seneca. And as always, find comfort. Fire is the test of gold, adversity of strong men. Ever since we left Fort Cumberland, this army has moved like tar in December. At the rate we push our road every day, we shan't reach Fort Duquesne before our bones be bleached by your damnable Virginia sun.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you have to say? Yes, sir. Speak your mind.
I'd divide my army, sir.
Divide an army.
The French know where we are. We're being watched every mile by their Indians. I'd leave the bulk of my supplies, wagons, horses, artillery behind to protect the road, while a smaller unit of chosen men moves ahead to surprise the enemy.
Or be attacked itself. Dangerous policy, Colonel. But we shall see. All right, let's have a look at it. When this campaign is over and we've driven the French back to Canada, I propose to find a place for you in His Majesty's service which is agreeable to your wishes.
Thank you, sir.
And there's something I'd like you to do now. I want you to ride post-haste to the governor's palace and bring back 4,000 pounds sterling for our paymaster.
Yes, sir.
Divide the army, eh? Huh.
sir. Is the master at home, Benjamin? No, sir. Master Will went to Williamsburg to take his father to the doctor.
Benjamin, who is it?
It's Colonel Washington, ma'am.
Oh, there's no need to come down, Mrs. Fairfax. I'm on a mission for General Braddock, but my horse could go no further.
Benjamin, look at him. Chilled to the bone.
Well, I rode to Belvoir hoping to borrow a mount from his stable. I had no idea he'd been taken to a doctor.
Which is exactly where you'll end up if you don't get out of those wet clothes. You're shaking.
Oh, no, I'm late already. I can't stay.
Yes, you can, Benjamin.
No, I have no time. I'll ride to Alexandria. There's a public stable there.
No, you'll do no such thing.
Sally, I can't stay.
Dear, a voice of command. It's the first time I've heard it. You shall have Duke, our sturdiest horse. Benjamin, get me a cloak, please. John, would you please saddle Duke?
Yes, ma'am.
He hasn't been ridden since I took him out on the weekend, so he should be well rested. Which is what you should be before you ride on. If you rest most of the day, the storm will be over by the time you wake. I'm sure the General wouldn't mind.
He expects me as soon as possible. If you knew, General, you'd know I have no choice but to ride now.
You must inform us of your safe arrival at camp.
Yes.
If you wish, you can write to me. Not directly, of course, but through my sister in Alexandria.
Sally,
A certain distance must be maintained between a married woman and a gentleman who is, after all, only a dear friend.
Would you like for me to bring it out, Colonel?
No, thank you. Thank you, John. I'll take him out myself. I tried not to come back.
I know.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
You're cold. You'll catch a chill.
I have a fire to warm me. You have nothing.
I'm grateful for the horse, but I'll send him back as soon as I can.
Keep him, please, until you return from the campaign.
All right, we're pulling over here. Come on, hurry up. Hold that straight line. Just stand up straight. Come on, yes, come on. That's right.
I began to fear the savages had removed your top knot.
The rains washed out the bridges. I got back as soon as I could.
Payday may be just what the men need to lift their spirits. Are you ill?
A touch of the fever, sir.
Banging headaches, agony in the belly, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Then you've earned a rest. You'll use my bed.
General,
Rest and a nip of herb tea, the only cure.
The express rider just brought this, sir.
Thank you. Captain. See that the paymaster gets these. Off with those damn clothes.
I can rest in a wagon on the march, sir.
And have your bones rattled like dice?
But you need your bed, sir.
Colonel, you're under orders. Sergeant, this tent and this bed are not to be moved until this young man is up and about. I'll sleep in the auxiliary tent at the next encampment.
I see that you've tracked down my friend Caleb Quinn. With his help, you'll be able to reach Fort Duquesne in not much more than a week. I must be with you when you meet the French, sir.
Let me go with you now. You can hardly stand. Sergeant, help him off with his clothes. Now, if you do what you're told now, I promise that you'll be brought to the front in a litter, if necessary. You'll have your revenge.
Hey, hold up there, Colonel. Hold up. Orders are you're not to move till you get better.
You are supposed to be up ahead on the march with the general. I can make it without a witness.
Oh, you can't. You can't ride that horse the way you are. No, see there. Oh, Colonel.
Help me up.
You got a fever, sir. And I promised the general I'd take proper care of you.
Then help me up, damn it.
General's sure right. You Virginians are as fractious as mules. You always gotta have your own way.
Come on, keep in line there. Over. Stay line. Look down, look down. Formation tight. Keep in line. Hold down. Don't drop behind. Come on, stay in line. Look sharp there, you. Steady. Steady, horse. Steady, let the hand with the horses, will you? Bring it up, tight behind there. Look sharp, you. Keep it in line.
Colonel Washington, you are an omen. If a man as ill as you is back in the saddle, who can stand before us? The French have not struck here at the crossing where we are most vulnerable and so have missed their best chance. It's a sight to warm the blood. Our troops have come out of the dark. The hobgoblin of their fears flamed before them. They feel victory in their bones. Seneca knew. It's a rough road that leads to greatness. Forward!
Let's go. Keep in line, lads. Close up there.
How far now?
Less than 5 miles, sir. Our advance party should be close to the enemy by now.
We'll rush the fort, Colonel, and win new glory for Old England.
Sir, I don't think a frontal attack is our best tactic.
Can we obstruct them already?
Ambush, sir. Advance party under Major Gage.
Ambush! Indians! Ambush!
Soldiers do not run from battle. Form up! This shall not be. No, General, no! Form up! This shall not be. We'll drive the
the savages before us! General Braddock is wrong!
Stop, Colonel! Stop him!
Stand your ground!
Stop him! Stand your ground! Stop him, Colonel!
Form up!
Get over! No!
Form up! Form up! British soldiers do not help themselves! Form up! Fire back! The British soldiers not skulking cowards! Fire back!
Easy!
I can regroup my men and fight back Indian style.
Whoa, savages! We'll fight like a disciplined army, not like a rebel of cowards hiding behind trees.
General, it's not cowards.
You heard me, Colonel. Drive those soldiers from out of the brush and make them fight in the open like real men. Sir! Charge them! Take them by storm! Stand your ground! Stand your ground!
My aides! Oh, God, you, Colonel. Get them out. Get them away.
Caleb, get a cart. Quickly.
Get up!
Take that, son. Lift them up into the car. All right. Quickly before you're cut off and surrounded! Hurry! Fall back! Fall back! Carry as many wounded as you can! Don't leave them to the savages! Good men, fall back! Fall back! To the river!
Allez, allez, allez! Dépêchez-vous! Affaissez-vous, cochon! Tirez!
Keep moving, men!
Stay with the men! Together! Pull! On up, pull!
Colonel, help me up. I must ride on my own horse.
You're in no condition to ride, General.
Any horse will do. I must lead my men out of this benighted forest. Help me!
Come, men! Move on. Come on, Sergeant.
Keep up with us, men. Keep up with us.
My God! The Virginians are protecting our rear. The French will overcome us. The French will be delayed by their own Indians who'll be scalping the dead and wounded.
Get rid of our supplies and baggage.
Captain, the wagons are moving much too slowly. We must move faster.
Colonel Washington! Looks bad, sir. General?
Who would have thought it?
Water. Bring some water over here.
He's gone.
Captain, Sergeant Miney over here. Aye, sir.
Quickly, men. Destroy everything that slows us down. Come back, damn you, not the woods. Bury him in the middle of the road. There!
I'll take care of it, Colonel. That way the savages will never find his grave and defile his body. Come with me.
Officers, move out!
Battalion! Battalion! To the front!
General was a brave man.
In the wrong war.
Gentlemen, the only hope you have of survival is to protect yourselves. The French can easily send their Indians across the mountains to scalp us in our beds, so you see, you must be ready. This means a new Virginia regiment, doubly strong, even a draft, to provide sufficient recruits. Above all, complete reorganization under a new command.
Governor Dinwiddie, if that is so, surely we have our new commander.
And who might that be, Mr. Fairfax?
Who else but George Washington? Wouldn't you agree he proved himself after General Braddock was mortally wounded?
Is it a wise policy to reward defeated officers with new positions of responsibility?
He knows next to nothing of the science of warfare. He has not received adequate training, and indeed, he's little more than a boy.
Well taken, sir.
But he possesses a quality which any of us aging military experts would be happy to trade for all our science and our schooling. He can lead men in battle.
Here, here.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Colonel George Washington, commander of the Virginia Regiment, raised in defense of His Majesty's colony.
I'm grateful, Governor, for your willingness to accommodate me.
Only after much travail, sir, on both our parts. The ladies await you, Colonel. Enjoy your season in the sun.
By this army of beauties, I'd appreciate it if you'd keep Sally company while I pay court to some constituents.
It would be my pleasure, as always.
The election coming up, what better way to start my campaign? It won't be long.
If you've made as much progress with your soldiering as you have with your dancing, you will succeed no matter what the odds.
Well, I certainly know where to come for encouragement, don't I?
What progress have you made in that other important matter?
What matter's that?
Your search for Mistress of Mount Vernon, of course.
I'm afraid there's been little time.
This evening is the perfect opportunity. You're the lion, the hero of the hour. With one crook of your finger, you could claim any lady in the room.
Good evening, Colonel Washington.
Good evening.
Mrs. Fairfax?
Perhaps Betsy Potts. What lovely golden hair she has. If only it were her own. Oh, there's Sarah Buffington. Sizable fortune and very available. Of course, she's been very available for quite a number of years now.
My dear Sally, you'll have me terrified at the prospect of marriage.
Is that what I'm doing?
Besides, I can't imagine dancing with other charmers when I have the loveliest of all right now.
How you've changed. You used to stammer compliments. Now you know just what I want to hear.
Please forgive us, madam, if we steal the colonel from you. Some distinguished landowners are anxious to meet their new commander.
If I might also capture you for this next dance, kind lady, I would be enchanted.
I see you've taught your aides well, Colonel. It would be my pleasure, Captain.
Colonel Washington, may I present Mr. John Blair and his wife, Mary.
Congratulations on your appointment, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
I am honored, Colonel.
The honor is mine, ma'am.
And Mr. Daniel Park Custis and his wife, Martha.
It's a pleasure, sir. Ma'am?
Colonel, we're fortunate to have you in our service, but you have your job cut out for you. What we hear from the Shenandoah Valley is most dismaying. The Indians, incited by the French, are terrorizing the whole country.
Dear, let the Colonel enjoy his evening.
He did say 11.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You're late, Colonel. His Lordship will see you now.
Gentlemen.
Without your aides.
I had hoped, Your Lordship, that you might grant us preferment.
Preferment, sir? You want your provincial regiment made regulars in the British Army? Eh? Come now.
Well, as you know, Your Lordship, if General Braddock had survived, I would now have rank suitable to my wishes.
And what are your wishes, sir?
I'm a full colonel in the Virginia Regiment, sir.
And you consider that preferment for a colonelcy in the regular army?
I do, sir.
I have fought the French and Indians for 4 years. I have more knowledge and experience of road building, tracking, Indian lore, and wilderness combat than any other man in the colonies.
Experience, yes. But with what results?
Your Lordship,
You led your hand-picked force to defeat a fought necessity. You were with Braddock on that disastrous march. You have commanded your own regiment for almost 2 years, and the Indian slaughters go on.
They hit and run, sir.
And you started this glorious career by assassinating the French ambassador.
It was not assassination, sir.
Was it not?
And what is it to do with my regiment's right to permanent establishment?
Right, sir? You talk of rights. You, a colonial.
I cannot conceive, your lordship, that being colonists should deprive us of the benefits of British subjects. For 2 years, we Virginians have protected the frontier with our blood. We have fought to keep this land for our king. We are as loyal to His Majesty as the staunchest of generals, and it is wrong that we should be treated as ill-favored stepchildren.
You are a subject colony, Mr. Washington, and you have no rights to any preferment in His Majesty's regular forces.
But your lordship...
Have you read Bland's treatise on military discipline?
No, sir.
Of course, you know Fawcett's, the Prussian short exercise.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Any green coronet in His Majesty's regulars was weaned on the great Frederick's strategic concepts. Yet you, sir, a provincial who pretends to military competence, don't even know of the existence of such books.
Just because I have not read the proper books, sir, does not mean that
Your arrogance defies me, sir. Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your provincial responsibilities and less with your uniform and rank.
But your lordship...
We are at war with France, as well as the Austrian and Prussian empires. And you, sir, were the man who fired the shot that started this war. I ask you, Colonel, does that call for rights and preferment?
But your lordship...
I believe we've said all that needs be said, Mr. Washington. I bid you a safe journey back to your fort and the duties that await you there. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
By God, that is the last time I let some British lord look down his aristocratic nose at me. Arrogant! How dare he call me arrogant? Damn him and his regular...
Sir, you must not let yourself get so angry. You've still a touch of the fever.
Well, I'm all right.
Sir, you must rest away from the rigors of the army. The fever can be deadly. It's already carried off men like Jonathan Wilkes and Daniel Parke Custer.
Squire Custis. Hard to believe. So the little Custis woman is a widow. She'll not long want for suitors.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm here to offer my condolences to Mrs. Custis.
And who may I say is calling, Mr. Clark?
Colonel Washington, how nice of you to call.
I only just now heard of your loss. I hope you don't mind my stopping by unannounced. I was on my way from Philadelphia, and I wanted to express my sympathy.
It's very kind of you, sir. My sister Nancy is here with her husband and a gentleman friend. Won't you join us?
No, I wouldn't think of intruding.
Oh, we'd be honored.
No, I really must be on my way.
At least stay to tea.
Well, if I may be frank, ma'am, I'm a bit indisposed.
Stomach miseries.
Yes.
I have something that might give you relief. Come with me. A bit of canary wine and a dram of pulverized hartshorn. There. Now, you see, it is the joining of one to the other that works the magic. But you must drink it all down at once. Excellent, Colonel. You don't make youth fuss, the children do. Mind, I cannot guarantee a cure.
Well, I feel better already. Thank you.
Good.
I must be on my way, though. I've kept you from your guests long enough.
And the gentleman is Mr. Josiah Dinsmore, the latest matrimonial prospect my sister has brought for my inspection. I'll see you to your horse.
If it's agreeable to you, ma'am, I should like to call on you again when you're not otherwise occupied.
I would like that very much. Godspeed, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am. Good day to you. You may go, sir.
Stuart! God, Stuart, I thought the Shawnees had done in the lot of you.
Just took a few days longer to find the French, Colonel, and a few more to escape from their main body.
Well, it's good to see you alive.
I just hope that wagon with the gifts isn't late, because our friends here are going to be wanting a little reward.
Huh?
Like it or not, they've brought you a gift.
Huh?
Show the Colonel. One Shawnee, one French corporal, sir. Not going to faint, are you, Colonel?
No, it's just a touch of the fever again, and I've run out of my medicine.
Maybe you ought to.
No, I don't think it would be wise for our friends to see their white chief with a griping belly. Brothers, this mark of your friendship I will forever cherish. I think I'll send these to Governor Dinwiddie. Feed them, they look hungry.
Yes, sir.
I've warned you that carousing with lively wenches will put you in an early grave.
Colonel! Colonel!
It was wrong of you to wait so long before sending word you were here. And in such a state.
I didn't expect you to come. I just wanted to borrow your recipe books and some ingredients. My brother John Augustine left the cupboard almost bare when he and his passionate Hannah left us.
You've tried to talk when you should be listening to your new doctor.
Yes, I suppose I do need a new one, since the others don't seem to be able to cure me. Dr. Craik prescribed jellies and such kinds of foods.
Yes, Breachy told me. And here we are, already prepared. And the other things you asked for. Canary wine and pulverized hartshorn.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps I'll have some of that concoction now.
How am I to prepare it?
a dram of hartshorn and a modest cup of wine.
Dr. Craig prescribed this?
No, a friend.
I hadn't heard of it, and my uncle is a physician.
Ah,
Let me help you. Are you quite sure this helps, or is it your imagination?
Oh, well, I was sorry to miss Will before he left for England.
He just had to get away after his father passed on. It was hard on him.
Yes.
He had to go eventually to see to his inheritance, so I urged him to do so now. George, we're going to make you well. And soon. I will nurse you and only return to Belvoir at night.
Oh, Sally.
Even then, I want you to feel I'm here with you. When you look across Dogue Run and see the candle in my window, you'll know I'm thinking of you. And perhaps you won't feel so alone.
You shouldn't have.
I want to, very much. I'm determined to see you become your old self again. I must go. But when I return, I'll bring my cures. And we'll see how they measure up to your hartshorn wine. Remember to look for the candle?
Afternoon, sir. Take your horse away. Move it. Do that.
So at least you're not dead. That was the rumor circulating in Williamsburg, probably started by the governor. Well, Mercer will be glad to hear you are still with us. The temporary command is about to ruin his health and his good sense. The men are very bare of winter clothes. The snow is up to our eyeballs.
Yes, I've written to Williamsburg on that.
I assure you, sir, the resupply will show up on the hottest day in July. I'd best be off. We all feel terrible, sir, about your having had to be cooped up here in the lonely winter gloom with nothing to do except write letters telling us what to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Breachy didn't tell me someone was here.
Mrs. Fairfax, you remember Captain Stewart, my adjutant?
Captain?
Enchanted, madam. You're to be commended, Colonel. You have discovered the perfect antidote to lonely winter gloom. Mrs. Fairfax.
But if he means these dried flowers, then...
He means you, Sally. You're a beautiful woman.
Why, sir, a compliment.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But I love compliments, George. Now, let me see. Where should we put these? Here? Or here? Where can you see them the best? Do you really like them? George, what are you doing?
I'm feeling better. I must get up.
But you can hardly stand.
No, I'm better. I'm much stronger. Sally, I'm grateful for your visits, but now you needn't come anymore.
You don't mean that.
I do.
George, it's all right that I care for you when you're sick. Will would want that. And he'd tell you so if he weren't on the high seas now, sailing for home.
But it's not right. Your winter has gone to a sick man.
You just said you were getting your strength back.
I am. See?
George.
I'm afraid I can... But you call Breachy, he can help me.
Let me help you. Put your arm around my shoulder. Dear George.
Please call Breachy.
Breachy!
I'm sorry. George. Please take good care of him.
Sir, what are you doing?
I must exercise my legs. Fill my lungs with the out of doors.
Sir?
I've been a sick man long enough, Breachy. I have a life to get on with.
You must stay the night as our honored guest.
This time, I won't say no.
The children are ready, ma'am.
Where, oh, where can my poor children be? Oh, there they are. Jackie, this is Colonel Washington. And this is our little Martha. But we call her Patsy, don't we? Pay your respects.
What a pleasure it is to be in the company of such a charming young lady. And gentleman.
Eagles away till morn and to sleep. There you go. Good night, dear children. God keep you.
Family has always meant a great deal to me. And I'm a dutiful and attentive son. Though I must confess there are times when my mother inspires more than a portion of exasperation. Seeing the pleasure that you take in Jackie and Patsy reminds me also how much I anticipate children of my own.
They are indeed, sir, a blessing from God. Though sometimes, and I borrow your word, an exasperation.
You may wonder, madam, you may indeed wonder why I feel called upon to recite to you this roll call of my obligations, though I have carefully omitted mention of my lesser qualities, such as a temper, when sufficiently provoked. No, sometimes insufficiently. The reason is that I feel warm and at peace here in your dear presence. Forgive me, I don't know why I've been talking so much upon such early acquaintance. I'm usually more reserved with ladies. It's just that I'm not sure what I intended to say.
I too feel safe and at peace in your company, sir. And that is all I need to know at this moment.
Oh, George, we grow so weary of your leaving us. Goodbye can become a very unpleasant word.
He's only doing what duty tells him must be done.
General Forbes assures me that he is going to enlarge our Virginia regiment to 1,200 men. Joined with Forbes's regulars, we should present an army 3 times Braddock's, huh?
How long will you be gone?
Well, the Braddock campaign convinced me of the folly of seeing into the future. Will, I have a great personal favor to ask of you.
Ask away.
Before I knew I was going to be joining Forbes's army, I had made plans to enlarge Mount Vernon. I would be deeply grateful if you would supervise the construction in my absence.
Of course I will.
It's important that it be completed before I return.
Why the haste?
I may be bringing home a bride.
That's wonderful. Anyone we know?
Well, it would be ungentlemanly of me to mention her name before I have won her hand. But I feel that you'll find her as charming as I do.
In that case, I wish you victory.
My apologies, madam, for the impulsiveness of this visit, but the advance on Fort Duquesne could take me away for months, and I had to talk to you first. I couldn't speak in front of your guests.
Please, don't apologize, Colonel. I would have been heartsick if you'd failed to say goodbye.
But this is not goodbye, dear madam. I know it's unfair of me to ask this of you now, when I know that I'll be facing battle. But when I return, I'm determined to make you my wife. If that would be agreeable.
You take my breath away, Colonel.
I don't mean to be so abrupt, and you need not answer now. I only had to at least make my declaration before I left.
I'm so glad you did. Will you believe me when I tell you that I have never felt this way before in my life? And you need not wait for my answer. Yes. Oh, yes, I will marry you, my dear Colonel Washington.
I know how difficult and discouraging a military campaign must be. In the meantime, George, you must take care of yourself and come safely home to us. Sally has also written you a message, which I enclose herewith.
Congratulations, Colonel. Not only have you been elected to the Burgess of Winchester, but now you enjoy the prospect of possessing Mrs. Custis. I hope you know how happy I am for you, my dear friend.
You look weary to the bone, sir.
I already have one, Mother Brici. I emphatically do not need another.
Forgive me, sir.
No, forgive me. I'm not in the best of moods. These damnable delays. We must attack Fort Duquesne before the French are reinforced, or we'll lose the chance once and for all to drive them out. I shall be fine now. Good night, Brici.
Good night, sir.
Dear Madam, tonight I was honored with your short but very agreeable favor. I feel the force of your beauties as I remember 1,000 tender moments. But experience, alas, sadly reminds me how impossible this is. For there is a destiny that controls our actions not to be resisted. And so, there comes a time to say farewell.
last fort before the northern border, and they've abandoned it. I can't. Secure the fort. Prepare an encampment.
Yes, sir.
Battalion! 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 By the left wheel!
My career in the military is over. Finished. Sir, for years I have dreamed of getting revenge on the French by taking that fort. And now it's fallen without a shot. It seems that every enterprise in my life ends in some sort of disappointment.
Sir, you can't leave the army.
I've had enough of the arrogance of British regulars to last a lifetime. The French know they're defeated here in North America, and now Virginia is safe. No, it's over. It's done with. And now finally I can live the life I want.
Here they come!
Congratulations, Master. Thank you. Mama?
George.
Thank you. Thank you.
We shall miss you, sir, but I can see now why you will not miss the army.
My friend.
Is he right, George? You will not miss your command?
Well, my future is to be a farmer and a husband. There'll be no British general telling me how to plow my field or love my wife.
Mr. and Mrs. Washington.
Will.
God bless you.
Thank you.
You'll be very happy.
Yes, we shall.
I know it. My dear.
Godspeed.
Thank you both for everything. Welcome home, Colonel Washington.
Greetings. This is Mrs. Washington.
Ma'am.
How do you do, greet you?
Gather yourselves together. Here. This is Jackie. Say hello.
Young man.
And this is our little Patsy.
Hello, Patsy.
Oh, George, it is beautiful.
John, welcome home, sir. Mrs. Washington, this is my estate manager, John Alton.
Mr. Alton, my husband has spoken so highly of you.
Mrs. Washington, welcome to Mount Vernon. We've enjoyed preparing for your arrival.
Thank you. And thank all of you for everything.
My dear, I can't wait to see if Mount Vernon meets with your approval.
It is beyond my expectations.
Well said, since it could mean anything. This way.
I meant it as a compliment.
Jackie!
Child. Child, you must watch where you run. Now, I want you to stay with Jane and be sure you keep little sister out of mischief.
Forgive my sharp tone. I must remember to defer to you in the disciplining of your children.
Our children. And I meant it when I said that you are to treat them as your own when they require correction.
My old comrades in arms would be amused to see how I handle discipline in my own home. Come. You must see the bedroom.
Just what I would have wanted. soft, warm colors and dimity curtains.
Light enough to wake us at dawn.
And a cradle. I will do my best to fill it very soon, my dearest husband.
And I will do my best, dearest wife.
Indeed you will. If our honeymoon is any measure.
I would put the latch on the door now, were it not for the children.
A promise. Oh, George, I will love Mount Vernon. I do so want to make you happy.
You already have. Mrs. Washington. Very happy.
Thomas, feed and water them. They've given us a grand run today. Gentlemen, feed and water yourselves in the parlor, eh?
It's hard to believe those dogs are descendants of that daredevil pack we bred for Lord Fairfax so many years ago.
You know, every time I ride these hills, I think of Lawrence. I still feel his loss so deeply.
Now dear Anne has followed him. Still, I think they'd both be happy to know that Mount Vernon is yours now. Still part of the Washington family. I do believe we've lost George Mason.
Tell the ladies we'll be along.
Mason, are you all right?
I'm next door to death, George, thanks to that wicked chase you've just led me.
I thought you kept up rather well.
My horse kept up. I was left miles behind. Comes as no surprise to me that I still find the chase as disagreeable as ever. Here, take it. Now, since as a good neighbor I've subjected my posterior to this nonsense, you owe me a favor.
Anything, my friend.
Well, don't speak too quickly. Since you were elected to the House of Burgesses, you haven't attended that many meetings. I ask you to attend the next one with me.
Your influence will be felt without me.
I've heard from Benjamin Franklin, Pennsylvania's agent in London, that Lord Grenville intends to proceed with his stamp tax. Can you imagine they'd lay such an economic burden on us without even asking our opinion? Well, if he attempts it at the next Parliament, the fat will be in the fire to a fare thee well.
Why do you always expect the worst?
How can you defend a mother country that attacks her colonies without a voice in their parliament?
We are also Englishmen. A few short years ago, we fought together against the French. We were brothers.
Brothers, yes, when they need us. But now I'm afraid they prefer we be their obedient children instead. There's the rub.
We'll continue this conversation later. There's refreshments in the parlor.
Very well, George.
Jackie! Jackie! Come down. Be quick about it.
But you went hunting, sir. Why can't I? Is there anything wrong in liking guns and horses and dogs? Mother says I'm much like you in that respect.
Yes, well, I too would have rather been in the woods at your age. But books permit you to plunder the wisdom of the ages. Mathematics will help you to survey the vast lands that you'll one day own.
Can't I pay someone to do it?
Down. Quick. Give me the gun. Stop it. But learn to depend upon your own skills, Jackie, or you become as helpless as so many sons of the gentry. Now, come.
Jackie? Jackie! Why'd you run off this way?
Mama, my head aches. I can't read anymore today. May I rest in my room till I feel better?
Dear.
Let's just send him back to his books and no more about it.
I really feel quite awful, Mama.
Now run along, then.
Thank you, dear Mama.
Let's see. He spent the forenoon resting in a tree, the afternoon in his room. Pray, madam, how will he spend the night?
You think I spoiled him?
Pink! But I promise not to say any more on that subject, and I must hold to my word.
George. Colonel Washington, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. George, each time I try to be strong with him, and each time I fail, I am sorry. Please, don't walk so fast.
Gentlemen, order. Order, gentlemen, order. We have strayed too far from our purpose, gentlemen. Which is the introduction of new legislation. Now, does anybody else wish to... The chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax County, Mr. Washington.
Honorable members, I beg your indulgence to introduce a bill of some consequence to our community's well-being. I propose to prohibit, on pain of a fine of 15 shillings, all pigs from wandering free so that they drink and even bathe in our springs and horse troughs.
Pigs, George. Pigs. When you should be concerned with British blindness and arrogance.
Oh, I felt it was important.
I warned you our Prime Minister would force passage of this diabolical Stamp Act. All violators to be tried in courts of the Admiralty, without juries.
But I understand that the proceeds are to be used for the protection of the colonies.
Damn it all, George, we can protect ourselves. And tax ourselves. Besides, it's the principle of the thing, George. They wouldn't allow us a seat in their parliament, so they have no right to tax us. However, they disguise it as a bloody stamp.
Well, what can we do?
George, we must learn to defend ourselves. It's your duty to help ignite resistance to this tax.
Nathan, I have fought for my country and my king, and I do not need you to remind me of my duty.
George, it strikes even at the freedom of the press. All of our newspapers, all of our legal documents, even our playing cards must be on stamped paper. How can you ignore what's happening to us?
If I choose to not add fuel to the fire, that's my right.
But men like you must stand forth.
I have done my service, sir. I leave this fight to others.
Any attempt to vest such power in any other parliament destroys British as well as American freedom.
Order! Let Patrick Henry continue!
If I have offended the Speaker or my fellow burgesses, I ask your pardon as a junior member. I would show my loyalty to His Majesty to the last drop of my blood. But this assembly has the sole right to lay taxes upon the inhabitants of this colony. Julius Caesar had his Brutus. Charles I his Cromwell. May George III... May George III profit by their example. If this be treason, make the most of it.
So, where are you off to now?
I'm to meet Will Fairfax in Annapolis. I've been to see Sister Betty. We are both very concerned about your welfare, Mother.
Concerned indeed.
No, you are getting on, and we feel that Ferry Farm is too remote and difficult a place for you.
Are you inviting me to live with you and your lady?
Well, there are so many in and out of Mount Vernon, I fear you would not find it at all serene.
Oh, don't worry, George. I have no intention of living under any roof where I am not mistress, so you needn't tender any grudging invitations.
Mother, I wish you would please just listen to what I'm trying
I will stay at Ferry Farm until my bones turn to dust.
I have always been a dutiful son.
And an absent one. But then it's a mother's lot to suffer the neglect of ungrateful children. You haven't touched one of my tarts.
Stand up, the bloody stamp agent!
The man represents the crown. He was only doing his duty. Zachariah Hood is gone. Now leave his house be.
Bloody Tories! We'll be breaking your head if you don't stand aside!
Let's go!
Governor, if I may, I sincerely hope you will convey to His Majesty the warmest sentiments of duty and affection. His repeal of the Stamp Act was an extraordinary gesture of reconciliation with the colonies.
Let this be a lesson. The repeal would have come far sooner if your people had not, by their violence, challenged Parliament. May all colonists forswear any further opposition to the royal will.
Hear, hear.
Enjoy your ladies in the dance, gentlemen. I wish I could join you, but the infernal gout would have to choose this very night to, if you will, kick up.
If you'll excuse us.
Had Sally and Martha not been with us, I would have reminded him of some cautions which might be practiced by the king's ministers. Will, it was not out of the goodness of their hearts that they repealed the stamps, but because with all this uproar it had not fattened their purse.
George, I simply don't believe that this is the...
Gentlemen, please, can't we escape for even one night? Dance with your wives, or at least talk to them. But prithee, not politics.
My sentiments exactly, my dear. God's in his place, our wives in our arms, and all's right with the world. Mrs. Washington, may I have the honor?
Thank you.
Shall we?
Remember the last time we danced?
You promised to find a wife for me.
And you went out and did it all on your own. George, you couldn't have made a better choice. She's warm and generous and kind. All I could have wanted for you.
I'm a fortunate man to have known two such women.
George, it's sweet of you to say that, but I can't hold a candle to her in the softer virtues.
Dear Sally.
And the fan. Remember the language of the fan?
How could I forget?
George, I'll wager you don't remember.
I never could resist a wager.
Watch closely now. What did I say?
You want to be alone with me.
A fortunate guess. Another.
We're being watched.
I can't believe it. You do remember.
17 years. Seems like only yesterday when you stepped down from that carriage. How innocent it was, that sentiment I bore you.
And I you, my gallant young gentleman. Even then, we both knew it could never be more, and there's Will. I must go to my husband.
Sally. Thank you for your friendship with Martha. She treasures it.
I've never known another woman I like as much.
Slow down, George. Those long legs of yours gallop a lead to every step I take. Where are we going?
You'll see.
And if you insist on being mysterious, I shall be as plain as day. The fat's in the fire again, George. They're still furious that our protest caused repeal of the Stamp Act.
They say that from now on, anyone who opposes British colonial authority is guilty of high treason.
Subject to trial in Great Britain. Well, the great lords think they can crush us with a mailed fist, little realizing that we're a new breed of men.
Behold, sir, the miracle of Mother Nature, and another new breed. I put Jupiter to true love and hope to get a runner with great endurance. We'll know quite soon.
Oh, George, what am I to do with you? Haven't you heard what I've been saying? We leaders must control events, George, not be controlled by them. Now, I have...
All he wants is a little affection.
George, I really am not a dog lover. This little devil will no doubt attempt to christen me. Would you just take him? Thank you. Now, if worse comes to worse, and they continue to torment us with these oppressive taxes, I propose that we simply stop importing any more goods from England. Once good King George begins to feel it in his pocketbook, perhaps he'll leave us in peace.
Papa, they want to see our puppies.
Ah, yes. Well, handle them gently. Handle them gently, ladies.
Look, everybody will ask me where you're
Don't keep them from their mother too long now.
We'll be careful, Papa.
Patsy, are you all right?
Yes. I felt so strange. But I'm fine now.
Are you certain?
Papa, you worry too much. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's so pretty. He's so smart. What are you doing in there? Hello. Want to go back? Come back.
That's our future, our young people. We must find the wisdom to preserve the peace for their sake.
Their intempered words verge on treason.
Mr. Speaker and gentlemen of the House of Burgesses, I have heard your resolves. You have made it my duty to dissolve you, and you are dissolved accordingly.
By God, sir, these are legitimate grievances. You do us an injustice.
You cannot simply dissolve us. Since the governor has evicted us, this tavern will have to do. May it signal our resolve not so much to make merry as to make good sense. As Parliament is the villain, and not our gracious king, let us open this solemn meeting with a Raleigh Tavern toast. To His Majesty, George III, long life, long reign, and boundless wisdom.
To Virginia, by God, loyal dominion of the crown, and home of liberty. Virginia!
Gentlemen, if we drink any more toasts, we may forget why we're here. Please be seated. The chair recognizes Colonel Washington of Fairfax County. Gentlemen, I have here a proposal drafted by my friend and neighbor George Mason, which I make my own. The Townsend duties are an insult, even worse than the Stamp Act. They tax almost everything in trade and would destroy our freedom. Until they are repealed, we encourage all Americans not to buy imported British goods. Good. Including clocks, carriages, shoes.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Colonel Washington has allowed himself to be used by those who would turn us against the crown.
George, I implore you, do not speak with Mason's voice. It is my own voice, Will. No other. And you join the treasonous minority.
Fairfax, your head is in the sand. I think not. For what you do here tears us from Great Britain. The dire consequences shall be on your heads. put on display by Mason, like some prize horse. It's become hard to find a moment alone with you. With you. Say, hang all politicians if they come between friends.
You mean hang Mason?
Don't tempt me. I still cannot believe that you proposed we not buy British goods.
It is the one legal way that loyal British subjects can bring the ministry to its senses.
Don't you think it's inconceivable that loyal British subjects should not share in the cost of protecting these colonies from savages and foreign enemies?
Yes, but the mother country must allow the child to become a man who can make his own decisions about taxes and defense.
I think the child owes just return to the parent for all the affection and protection it's received.
Your sentiments, Will, are ones I've often heard from my own mother.
I wish I could laugh about it, but I can't. You're too much influenced by Mason's rebellious passions.
And you are too much influenced by the king's men throw.
I am one myself, and a patriot. I'm proud to be. Once thought you could say as much.
My God, Will, you wrong me.
George, if you could...
damn it. I would try to my last breath to save us from conflict with Great Britain. But those damnable lords in that ministry forever look down their noses at mere provincials. It is their arrogance which threatens this peace.
I cannot believe I'm hearing this from a man I called Fred. By God, George!
Well, George, I was worried when you didn't come in with the others. Now will you join us?
George! It's Patsy again! Shh, stop now. Shh.
Have the ring?
Yes. Oh, God. George, is she?
It will pass. It will pass. Patsy? Patsy?
She's rousing. Patsy?
Papa?
Yes, I'm here. Are you all right?
I'm sorry. It happened again, didn't it?
Yes. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Why don't I remember?
We'll take her back to the house.
George, I'm frightened. Neither Dr. Craig nor Reverend Green has been able to help.
Or maybe the water from Berkeley Springs.
That's for cripples and wasting maladies.
But it might help. We must try everything.
We'll pray. We'll pray for a cure.
It kept me company while you were away getting more water for me at the springs. I love all my music boxes, but this one most of all, because you gave it to me.
Right.
Wind it again, please. And kiss me goodnight.
I thought we agreed you were too old for that.
I changed my mind. I am so glad you're my papa.
You're very dear to me, Patsy.
Ladies?
Too bad our Massachusetts rebels aren't here to join us, Fairfax. You could offer them a cup of the king's hemlock.
I'm only interested in doing in one of them, Mason. Samuel Adams, the devil who set that Boston mob on the king's soldiers and caused all this much ado about nothing.
The Bloodybacks killed 6 citizens in cold blood, and you call it nothing?
Gentlemen, I'm beginning to understand why the ladies grow impatient with us.
Mason's been haranguing me ever since the governor's reception began. I'm hardly sick of it. Will you excuse us?
Only exercising our right of free expression, Fairfax.
Mason, no more politics.
George, politics is the very air we breathe these days.
Well, perhaps we'd all be better off if we breathed the fresh air of peace instead. I know the cost of war.
Certainly no one wants war, George,
Let the tragedy in Boston be a warning. There's too much talk of conflict between mother country and colonies. Arms should be the last resort. The very last.
Just when I think you're ready to defy royal arrogance, you too bend the knee. You're a seesaw, my friend.
Damn you, Mason. I will not have you malign George because he shares my loyalty to the king.
And I resent your questioning my loyalty.
You speak against the king.
The days of absolute monarchy died with Charles I.
That is treason.
I think not.
Stop it, both of you. Look at us. We're friends. Yet politics makes us enemies. Do you think I'm a seesaw, going from one side of the issue to the other, unable to make up my mind?
Is there anything wrong in being judicious?
I never was as a youth. Perhaps experiences have made me too cautious.
You are not like George Mason. Such men can play with ideas. They don't have to act. While you, once you have decided, must do something about it. I missed you so much this time. I thought I'd pine away to nothing. Perhaps you'd love me more if I had.
I love you just as you are.
Jackie's enrolled at King's College, General Gage.
Excellent, sir.
May I, sir? Of course. I trust, Colonel Washington, that you are not in sympathy with this dangerous talk coming from Massachusetts.
The better sort are in much alarm over all this anger over the ministry's tax on tea. I fear it may become as nasty as the Stamp Act riots.
The outcasts of society think they can get their way by putting loyal subjects in fear of their lives. Colonel?
Thank you, sir.
Jack?
Thank you, sir.
Well, I can promise you, if anything like the violence of the stamp riots occurs, we shall order in troops and quash the rebellious spirit at one blow, without regard to expense.
Hear, hear. There'll be an end to rebel insolence once and for all.
You've been keeping your counsel, George. Have you no strong opinions?
Your Madeira is excellent, sir. Honest men have a right to act on their conscience without being called rebels or traitors.
Sir, you insult your host.
Nonsense, James. Perhaps we insult Colonel Washington. And certainly we bore Master Custis and neglect our heritage. In any convivial gathering of loyal subjects, what is the first thing we must do when the wine is poured?
Toast the king.
Colonel?
To His Majesty George III. May God grant him wisdom in these tragic times.
Amen to that.
Oh, my dear. I've been listening for the carriage since morning. I'm always afraid something might happen to you.
Nothing ever does. And how have you been?
Never as well as when you were at home.
Patsy?
She's been practicing for hours to surprise Papa.
Any incident while I was gone?
I've never seen her in better spirits.
Papa, how was your trip?
I couldn't wait to get home so that you could entertain me with an evening musicale.
You must both sit down right now and hear my new piece.
Richie! Miss Patsy's ring. Call Jane.
Jane! Pray God help her.
Hurry!
No, she won't need it. The fit stopped all of a sudden.
Is she waking up, George?
Patsy. Patsy? She's not breathing. Patsy.
Dear God. Send someone for Dr. Craig.
Patsy. Patsy! Patsy!
George!
Patsy!
George!
She's gone. Patsy's gone.
God knows how distressed you are, dear madam. But when you consider the little probability of her ever getting well, we must conclude that she is better off in the arms of eternity.
Kind George.
Ways of Providence being inscrutable, resignation and, as far as our reason can carry us, a cheerful acquiescence to the divine will is the only way. We must conclude that
George. Martha wants you to rescue her. Dear Reverend Massey is drowning her in consolation. I want to help you. I don't know how.
You already have. Martha never would have made it through without you.
No, nothing I can say will stop the pain, but maybe one day you and Martha will have a daughter of your own.
In every way that a daughter can be to a father. Patsy was my own.
Oh, George.
I'll be alone.
Ah, look there. Shadows over Belvoir. It's an omen. What does it mean?
It means, my dear, that you are tipsy.
I'm not the only topper in present company. Our George is quite the merry fellow when he's had a dram or three. George, you remember our first survey trip together?
I'll never forget.
Martha, I hadn't yet married our Sally. George downed this tumbler of spirituous liquor distilled by some wild frontiersman.
Caleb Quinn.
And what a caution he was after that, dancing like a country bumpkin with some common wench.
Millie.
Oh, he remembers. A broad bottom and a warm heart is better than kingdoms, huh? Huh?
Oh, I've never seen you so rowdy.
Indeed, Sally, you should see Will rowdy more often. Then we could forget about Lord North and his parliament,
the Sons of Liberty.
And the damnable T-ship.
May they never reach port.
Oh, forget. And we could forget about what divides us. And think only of what makes us brothers. And sisters.
And friends. Dear friends. Forever.
Here, here. I would drink to forever had we not already drained the bottle.
Oh? We'll open another when we get back to the house. Come on.
Gentlemen, I think you have had sufficient.
Ooh, have we?
What?
Wow. What? George, I think the ladies do not understand the magic of wine.
Indeed. 'Twas honest old Noah first planted the vine and mended his morals by drinking its wine. And justly the drinking of water decried, for he knew that all mankind by drinking it died. From this piece of history, plainly we find that virtue and safety in wine by being found. And all that drink water deserve to be drowned.
It's the first time since Patsy was alive that George has laughed. Oh, thank God for Will. I do hope he's not serious about returning to England.
We could never leave our dearest friends. You know that. How much like boys at play they still are.
We'll leave both saws on the table. They'll be in the shed across the drive.
George! Now it believes Jack to be quite miserable in New York. It would be a great mercy if he were reunited with his beloved.
Have you changed your mind?
Yes, dear, I have. I think we should give our consent.
Now, I've done with playing the ogre who opposes young love. Please, go comfort the child. Do what you wish. Don't consult me in this matter again.
Colonel Washington. I sometimes forget what a great disappointment you've had to bear. You've lost Patsy. I know Jackie is not the son you would have wanted. And you deserve children of your own.
Don't. We've talked about this too many times. If it's not God's will, what can we do?
George! George! I have news! They've done it! They've done it, George. Private citizens, disguised as Indians, have dumped a cargo of British tea into Boston Harbor.
Yes, I've heard.
Well, you're not stirred. But George, so bold, so final an act as this must force the ministry to face the truth of our rage.
And invite their rage as well.
Ah, what? Will they dispatch regiments across the ocean to force us to drink their tea?
Such lawlessness only gives the British further excuse to punish us, as General Gage has promised. I have work to do.
Well, good God, man, what else could they have done? Our Massachusetts friends have...
Our Massachusetts friends have made a grave mistake.
Your world is about to go up in flames, and all you can think about is making a house bigger. You can't ignore history, George!
Oh, by God, I can. If only it will ignore me.
Gentlemen, please, your attention, please.
The chair recognizes Mr. Henry.
Mr. Chairman, fellow members, let this document, which a writer brought this morning, speak for itself. An act of British Parliament has ordered the port of Boston to be entirely shut up, leaving barely so much of the means of subsistence as to keep us from perishing with cold and hunger.
Councillors and judges of this province are to be replaced by appointees of the king. General Gage, with an army of 5,000 redcoats and the backing of the fleet from Halifax, will assume the office of military governor of Massachusetts, and henceforth all British soldiery is exempt from civil justice. Once again, the damnable ministry uses a sledgehammer to crush a flea. Outraged that a few chests of British tea be dumped into the ocean, they would, in retaliation, starve women and children. My friends, if Boston be humbled into submission, then we could be next. They could close Hampton roads. Gentlemen, will you support Massachusetts in her hour of need? What say you, gentlemen? What say you?
And by so outrageously punishing Boston, the British have forced us to band together. We voted to put Virginia on a military footing and to call a Continental Congress. Virginians and New Englanders have in common what really matters: the determination not to bow to injustice.
I have not heard you so eloquent.
Well, I wish I were as eloquent at the assembly as I am in front of these burning logs.
George, I hesitate to tell you this. The Fairfaxes were here for Sunday dinner. Will and Sally feel it is imperative they return to the mother country. It seems his English inheritance is still in a tangle.
No, that's not the real reason they're being driven from...
Sally spoke as if they might never return. They leave at the end of the week. What can I do for you, Sally?
The loadie. Could you please see that they place the trunks properly?
Yes.
I'd like to be alone for a moment in the garden. Please call for me when my husband's ready to leave.
I may never walk down these stairs again. It's hard to believe. I promised Sally I would not be maudlin. I would remember only the happy times. Think happy thoughts. Do rent it to someone trustworthy, eh?
Of course.
Now, we don't intend to auction all our belongings. Thank you for doing all this. Certain pieces with special meaning we're taking with us. Others we're leaving behind for people we particularly care for. I've tagged the various pieces so you'll know. You've always admired my desk. I want you to have it.
No, Will,
George, there's so much I owe you. We've had many fine hours together, my friend. Haven't we?
Enough to last a lifetime.
Well, I must give final instructions to Samuel for the staff. And meet you at the carriage.
I must see the rest of these trunks. Sally is outside. Go to her, George.
was thinking of the time when you were ill, and I put the candle in my window so you would know I was thinking of you. My dear George, I won't be able to leave a candle this time.
There are so many things I want to say.
Sometimes things left unsaid are all sweeter.
Morning, Billy.
Morning, sir.
What's the matter, Billy?
Nothing, sir. Mr. Alton is selling off your increase today, sir. He's about to leave for the slave market in Alexandria. It'll be all right.
Mr. Alton! I gave you no authority to sell any of our people.
Colonel, you instructed me to cut costs because of our drought losses.
I've told you before, Mr. Alton. I will not break up families. There will be no sale.
By not selling slaves without your permission, we can go bankrupt.
Joshua, unload them.
You are undermining my authority, Colonel. How can I manage your plantation?
You may not be managing it much longer, Mr. Alton, if you do not follow my instructions.
But, Colonel...
This matter is settled.
Let's hear what the man has to say.
This has nothing to do with the...
Gentlemen, we must agree on a Virginia resolution before the Congress will send them to the King. These non-importation measures Mr. Mason and you propose
Would be a great financial burden.
But Virginia must lead the way. If we refuse to import any goods whatsoever from Great Britain, we could unite the rest of the colonies against these unjust taxes.
Hear, hear. Virginia has always been a traditional leader in this.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee. Could I please draw your attention to Article 17? We urge that during our present difficulties, no slaves ought to be imported, and we declare our honest wish to see that an entire stop forever be put to such wicked, cruel, and unnatural trade.
I fear your proposal has distressed our permitting.
Granted, Mr. Randall. I am a slave owner myself.
But I have stopped purchasing slaves.
I now find the slave trade repugnant and contrary to the principles for which we ourselves here petition.
I agree with Colonel Washington. It must be stopped now.
Gentlemen, we must move on.
Turn your heads away from trying to inflict petty wounds on the great and powerful. Instead, seek a union between their strength and our will. Let's come to terms with the mother country.
Gentlemen, please, your attention. Proceed, Mr. Galloway.
The answer, fellow patriots, is a British-American legislature that will act whenever more than one of the colonies is affected.
Yes.
Under such a plan of union, no taxes could be levied by Parliament or laws passed unless the American legislature agreed.
Mr. John Jay of New York.
The proposal has great merit, sir. And I, for one, second it.
It is a Trojan horse.
Does this plan give up any one liberty?
Only Boston.
Or interfere with any one right? No.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams, wish to be recognized?
I do, sir. I say the plan is worthless.
Gentlemen, if it can avert a clash of arms, I think this plan of union with Great Britain makes great sense.
If we capture Colonel Washington, we may see Virginia and the South follow him into our ranks.
I agree, John. Without his support, any opposition to England will be stillborn.
He's here. Remember, he mistrusts politicians and lawyers, which I suppose makes me doubly suspect. Colonel Washington, how generous of you to come.
Colonel, John Adams and his cousin Samuel.
Oh, I'm honored, gentlemen.
The honor is ours, sir. Come, sit down.
Thank you.
Will it be, sir? Madeira, toddy, sling, grog, perhaps flip? They have a very potent flip here, sir, though I haven't tried it myself.
Well, that's a challenge I can't resist. Flip!
And you, sir?
Madeira will be fine.
Well, sir, I imagine you need to be caught up to the moment. Does it not stir your heart to see so many of us come together in common interest?
It does indeed, Mr. Adams. Ben Franklin says we'll either hang together or hang separately.
We are no longer 13 isolated colonies, gentlemen, not even to ourselves. If the London newspapers are to be believed, even the British people are on our side. They know that if we lose our freedom, they will be next.
So, we are not alone, and thank God for it.
Am I to drink all of this, lass?
Sir, the tavern keeper hopes it will lift your spirits.
Lift my entire body. Thank the kind gentleman, and yourself, too.
Why such royal treatment for an ordinary Virginia planter?
The regard in which you were held, sir, by all of us in Massachusetts.
Do I detect some purpose in this flattery?
I assure you, it's heartfelt. You are known to prefer candor in your friends. Mr. Galway's plan of union with Great Britain is intended to deflect us from our purpose and make us forget that the mother country will never let us be masters of our own fate. We need your help, Colonel Washington. Either Virginia leads with Massachusetts at her side, or we are lost. The surest way toward peace is to show the king that we are one in our resistance to tyranny.
I doubt that the king will receive such sentiments with the same enthusiasm.
To our Massachusetts brothers.
To our Virginia brothers.
This pier glass set, used by my Lady Fairfax, no doubt in appreciation of the beauty of her person before attending a ball or banquet. May I hear an opening bid?
£2.
10 times that would be cheap. May I have more?
£4.
Better? May I have 5?
5.
Now we're getting to the spirit. 10. Do I hear 10? Do I hear 10? Do I hear 10? 6. Modest enough. I'm waiting 10. Going? Going? God. Sold to Mr. Trelawney. Before we pass on to the objects d'art, let us dispose of the accessories. The bolster and the pillows of the bed of Mrs. Fairfax. What am I bid? May I have an opening bid?
£1.
Can't we do better with pillows and bolster filled with the down of angels? Do I hear £2?
2.
3. Do I hear 3? Do I hear 3? Well, come, gentlemen. Your wives will thank you for the excellence of your eyes if you'll bid 3. 3. Do I hear 3? Then 2 it is. Going? Going? 3. Thank you, Colonel Washington. 4. Do I hear 4? Do I hear 4? Going? Going? Gone. The pillars of Lady Fairfax to Colonel Washington.
Where's Colonel Washington?
Mr. Mason!
Tragic news, George.
Bloodshed in Boston.
No, not Boston.
some miles away in the village of Lexington. We just got word by dispatch rider from Philadelphia's Committee of Correspondence.
God has happened.
Apparently, the British troops started it, firing on local militia drawn up on the green. Slaughtering in cold blood some 10 Americans, mostly farmers. Later, when they got to Concord, they found more militia, gathered on a hill overlooking the bridge. And there, our men fired on the King's troops.
British soldiers were killed?
Yes.
The King will never back down now.
And listen to this, George, from Dr. Joseph Warren, chairman of the Massachusetts Committee for Safety, who calls upon all to raise an army to defend our wives and children from the butchering hands of an inhuman soldiery. George,
I prayed it would never come to this. We'll now face the fury of the most awesome power on Earth.
There's no turning back now, my friend. We fight or die.
I put your best breeches and your uniform in the big trunk, where they won't be as easily rumpled.
That my taking that uniform mustn't concern you. I'll wear it only to demonstrate my willingness to lend Virginia forces to the cause if the need arises.
You'd go to Boston to fight the King's soldiers.
We may yet compose our differences.
You don't really believe that, George. Not if you're worried that the British fleet will send ships up the Potomac to bombard Patriot houses.
I wish you hadn't heard that.
I've heard much more than you think these days. My dear, what is happening touches all of us. You can't protect me from it. Would Patriot leaders be taken to England, tried, and hanged as traitors?
They'd have to catch us first.
I want to know. I'm not an ostrich, George. Much better to face danger than pretend it isn't there.
I wish Will and Sally were still with us to look in on you. But Mason with his gouty leg will have to do.
I shall be fine in all things. Except missing you.
I don't want to leave you. But I must.
I know. And I won't worry too much while you're gone. I promise.
Write and tell me how the peach trees are doing that I grafted in March. While I'm gone, I know that you'll look after Mrs. Washington as well as you've taken care of me all these years.
Yes, sir.
I shall miss you, Bridgie.
Thank you, sir.
What Continental Army, Richard? The next time the British march out of Boston, our ragtag New England regiments could well scatter to the winds and our liberty with them. We need a man to unify all factions.
I suppose I should be flattered that you've chosen a fellow Virginian, but Washington has only fought savages from behind trees. What does he know about European battle tactics?
He'll learn.
When, Mr. Adams, he'll face the greatest army in the world. You think they'll give him time to learn? Come now.
Are you trying to push Horatio Gates on me again? The man is but 3 years in this country.
But he was a major with the British regulars. He's a professional, and so indeed is Charles Lee.
But in the Polish army, sir. And he is also British. A bit strange.
I know what you're up to, Mr. Adams. You choose a Virginian in order to involve the South in the defense of Massachusetts. But what if your own New Englanders refuse to serve under Washington?
By God, they had better. We need one strong commander-in-chief and one army. Not 13 squabbling militia
as happened with those troops under Benedict
Arnold.
Arnold, yes, and Ethan Allen of New Hampshire captured the British fort Ticonderoga within the borders of New York without telling the officials there first. And now New York and New Hampshire are at each other's throats again.
There he is, gentlemen.
You will have to knock a few heads if he's to unify us.
Knowing that, will he accept the post?
If not, then why is he always wearing that uniform? I think the man hungers for this new command. While I, poor creature, worn out with scribbling for my liberty, cannot wear the laurels which should be mine. Oh, that I were a soldier.
Will you, Mr. Washington, accept this supreme command?
Mr. President, though I am truly honored, yet I feel great distress that my abilities and military experience may not match your trust.
I will, however, exert every power I possess in service to our glorious cause. I beg the Congress will accept my most cordial thanks for this testimony of their approbation. But let it be remembered by every gentleman in this room that I do not think myself equal to the command you honor me with.
This will be an awkward moment. The New Englanders have just fought a bloody battle at Bunker Hill, and along comes a stranger from Virginia to tell them what to do.
Well, you're only obeying the orders of Congress, and their performance was hardly brilliant. They should have followed up their slaughter of redcoats with an attack on Boston.
Absolutely. They might even have won the battle had they not only misplaced the fortifications, but also run out of gunpowder.
Yes, but for untrained troops, they showed remarkable courage. When we meet them, I want no disparaging comments. There'll be bruised feelings to soothe as it is.
General Artemis Ward, General Stark. We are honored to have such a gallant New England officer as our second in command. Major General Charles Lee, Horatio Gates, our Adjutant General, and my aides, Colonel Joseph Reed and Colonel Thomas Mifflin. We thank you, General Ward, for arranging our quarters.
I'm at your service, sir, as that is Congress's decision.
I congratulate you for your valiant stand at Bunker Hill.
By God, we would have hurled the redcoats back again if we hadn't run out of ammunition. They overwhelmed us, but paid dearly.
Yes, I was deeply moved by what your men had to endure.
They must have vigorous training and discipline before they ever face the enemy again.
Well, shall we get to know one another over a glass of wine?
We've had a long day, sir, preparing for your arrival, so we respectfully decline your invitation. General Stark will see to your further needs. Welcome to New England, sir, and good day.
You'd rather be alone with your staff, General.
No, actually, I'd rather be alone with you, sir. Gentlemen, why don't you take this time to unpack and settle in? If I may be candid with you, General.
At your service, sir.
Yes, all of you New Englanders are at my service, but not at my table.
I choose to abstain.
And like General Ward, you also choose to be angry at my appointment?
We respect your new rank, sir. What more do you want?
I want you to tell me what you think.
Sir?
Well, you people are famed for your bluntness. Or is that all sham?
This has been, up till now, a Yankee army. We've been the only ones to fight the damn British lobsterbacks. Now they send us generals and precious few troops. And what in the flaming hell did that Congress have in mind putting us under command of a Virginian?
At least tender me the courtesy of time, and perhaps I can prove to you that a Virginian can march with a Yankee. So, I will see you and your troops tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
You're going about it the wrong way, General. Protocol requires that you deal with the officers first.
Yes, but since they elect their own captains, the one is a reflection of the other.
Yes, and you caution us not to offend New England.
Gentlemen, you must remember that these are not professionals, but honest workmen.
General Washington, General Ward is indisposed. Troops do not expect your review till this afternoon.
Well, I prefer to see them now, as they are.
Workmen, rogues, and tavern idlers is more like it.
Just understand, the freedom to which New England has been accustomed makes them hard to control.
I'd flog the lot of them.
Where's your officer?
He's not here, sir.
This encampment is a pigsty. Well, soon every officer and private will know his place and duty, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
Pennsylvania riflemen, sir, arrived last week. And Tearsmen refused to take orders from anybody.
They broke the prisoner out of jail, sir.
If you break that man out of the guardhouse, you are in mutinous revolt. You men are from Pennsylvania?
And proud to be.
Yes, well, I'm proud to be a Virginian. But we are more than just Virginians and Pennsylvanians. We are Americans. In an American army.
Can't blame a man for what he does when he's had a few.
Every army has rules and commands. In the heat of battle, a soldier either follows orders or the British regulars make sausage of him. Can you understand that? Look at me, all of you. I think you're men enough to become real soldiers, willing to fight for liberty and obey your officers, but you can't do one without the other. Now, show me what you're made of. Lock up the prisoner. Soldiers! Go back to your encampment.
Thank you.
Yes, come in.
General Washington, I am Benedict Arnold from Connecticut.
I know you by your reputation, sir. You've come at a good time.
I certainly hope so. Sit down. General, Massachusetts cheated me of promotion. One roar from you would secure my reward for capturing Ticonderoga.
Forget past grievances, sir. I intend to create a continental army composed of soldiers from all of the colonies, and that is where you belong. Come. Canada, now in the clutches of Great Britain. They could attack us at any time for the North, so Congress has ordered me to invade first. Schuyler has sent his best fighting general, Richard Montgomery, via the lake route to attack Montreal. I propose a second attack through the northern wilderness to capture by surprise the fortress city of Quebec. So, I need a man with daring and determination. I need you, sir.
General, I am flattered, but
I can only offer you a colonel's commission in the Continental Forces, but you at least not have to bow to any militia officer, no matter what his title. What say you?
I say yes.
I'll give you the forces that I consider best for a rugged journey as this.
I'm ready, sir.
Good. General Gates, I understand you instructed your recruiting officers not to re-enlist free Negro soldiers.
At the urging of Congress, yes, I did.
Well, they fought well at Bunker Hill. They do not warrant such treatment.
The Southern troops now enlisting will not serve beside any black man.
The Southern forces have a right to decide who enters their own regiments, but they cannot tell the other colonies who they may enlist.
The South needn't fear their bearing arms.
Your Excellency, there will be trouble if you continue to maintain this point.
I need soldiers. And I will not, by God, turn my back on any man who wishes to fight for the cause. General Gates, you will order your recruiting officers to re-enlist free Negroes. Now, gentlemen, we are a council of war, and we have more important matters to deal with here. Colonel Reed.
Ever since General William Howe replaced Gage, we've been waiting for this opportunity. General Washington feels that we must drive the British out of Boston and into the sea.
You cannot be serious, General Washington. Our recruits are green and far from ready.
Yes, well, you said that last time.
Militia troops still come and go as they please. Many are without muskets, so we only have 5,000 fit to do battle.
If they were all fit, could do nothing without more artillery.
Colonel Knox is in Ticonderoga now, getting ready to bring the fort's guns.
How can he possibly haul heavy cannon hundreds of miles over mountains and across rivers and...
He'll never make it back here.
The young man has determination, and I think he will.
General Washington, to attack across a body of water, you must be at least twice the strength of the opposing army. And look at them out there, the New England militia. Their 6-month enlistment's up, and damn them, they're going home, deserting us.
Perhaps, General, after Congress keeps its promises and gives us more men, guns, clothing, and ammunition, and our back pay, morale might improve, and then we can consider an attack.
An army is to fight, and generals are to lead. How much longer must we wait to test ourselves?
Halt! Who goes there? General Washington, soldier. Sorry, sir. Your duty to challenge everyone. You're to be commended for your vigilance at so late an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Come, walk with me. Any sign of an enemy patrol?
Everything's quiet, sir. Except for our own men who are getting ready to leave us in the morning.
What's your name, soldier?
Eben, sir. Eben Crutch.
You're not one of them whose enlistment is up?
I signed on again, sir.
Happy New Year, even. Happy New Year, General.
My dearest wife. My dearest wife. Exasperation and impatience seem to measure my days. How can I make this gaggle of individuals become one army when men can go home after 6 months' service?
Yes, come in.
General Washington.
Yes.
Sorry to disturb you, but this just came in.
The king has hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to kill us now. Damn it! If I had any doubt that we should be independent, it's gone!
Another letter from Father? How is he?
His difficulties multiply if I can read between the lines. The weather is so cold. He wishes I were there to cheer him.
To keep him warm at night, you mean?
Jackie. He sends his best to you and looks forward to being home when all this is over. Oh, Jackie, how I miss him.
General Montgomery was killed in the assault on Quebec, and Benedict Arnold was seriously wounded. Canada is lost, and there's nothing to stop the enemy from coming down the Hudson. If the British fleet should move on New York City,
They could cut us in two. New York is the key to the whole continent, General, and it has become a nest of Tories. Send me with a division, and I'll make certain they never welcome the British with open arms.
You shall have it. But I want no harshness, Charles. The great majority of the people have yet to make up their minds, and we must not
drive them into the arms of the king.
Why do you chide me, sir? John Adams agrees that all Tories must be suppressed.
Must I remind you, sir, that Mr. Adams is not commander of this army?
I don't believe it. Colonel Knox, he made it back.
Ticonderoga sends its greetings, sir. And its cannon. You did it, Knox.
By God, you did it! Rivers, mountains, Indians, nothing stopped you.
Let's bid General Howe a good morning. Fire a salvo over the harbor.
Gun crews, attention! Gun crews, attention! Charge with cartridge! Charge with cartridge!
They'll have the surprise of their life when they see we fortified these heights overnight, while they slept.
Fire! Fire! Gun 1, make ready! Fire! Gun 2, make ready! Fire! Gun 3, make ready! Fire! Gun 4, make ready! Fire! Gun 5, make ready! Fire! Gun 6, make ready! Fire!
Thank you, General Clinton. General Howe, I have no idea how we could have completely fortified those heights in one night.
Our amateur general is far more resourceful than we ever imagined.
He can rain shot and shell on every part of our lines. Our navy can be blown out of the water. Well, we must dislodge him, no matter what the cost.
Cost matters a great deal, General Clinton. We lost too many at Bunker Hill in an assault against fortified positions. We cannot afford another such victory. By God, I am perplexed beyond measure at these damnable rebels. The next time I face Washington in battle, it'll be on my terms.
My compliments to General Sterling. Tell him to take his brigade from the Dorchester Heights to the city common and prepare a defensive position.
Yes, sir.
Captain, get the provost and his men here as soon as possible. This looting must be stopped. We mustn't give the Boston Tories further excuse to despise us. We must respect the rights of all.
Sir, your quarters are being readied. The last ships are standing out to sea with Howe's troops and their Tory friends. Perhaps now the British will let us live as we choose.
Then you don't know the king. He'll be in a fury that he's lost Boston and bring his army down on us like a hammer on an anvil. He could attack Philadelphia and try to capture the leaders of the Congress, but I think he'll head for New York instead. A perfect port, natural fortress, large enough to house a great army.
But if that Tory town should fall to the British, sir...
Well, we won't let it. But our militia is no match for the British regulars. Congress must give us more men and guns to forge a strong continental army if we are to stop the enemy.
Hello, sir.
This is an urgent matter, General. Some members still cry for reconciliation with England. Debate has been hot and heavy.
Well, you know where I stand. For independence.
But your debate will mean nothing unless our army survives.
Perhaps New York is not where you should make your stand, General.
Some say it's indefensible.
So if you're defeated here, the cause may be lost forever.
What would you have me do then?
Abandon the city. Or better yet, burn it.
I will not give the enemy an easy victory that could frighten the undecided into joining them against us.
But if you are trapped on Manhattan Island, you will lose your entire army.
I will not let that happen if Congress will give us what we need. Establish a board of war to help supply the army. Give me the troops that you promised. And offer a bounty of $10 if they'll enlist for the duration of the war.
You're asking for a permanent army, sir, that would threaten the Congress as much as a redcoat attack.
You will have no freedom unless such an army exists. Gentlemen, this could be a long and bloody war. We cannot fight an enemy as powerful and resolute as Great Britain on empty promises and resolutions. We must become one army, so that when it is time, our separate colonies become one nation. Now, we also...
Sir, you cannot risk it all on one throw.
The point is that the Congress...
The entire harbor is filled with sail. It's as if all of England is afloat. The fleet will make the British 2 to our 1.
Well, you're filled with good cheer today, aren't you? With our fortifications on Brooklyn Heights, we dominate all of New York. They will have to charge into our guns at Bunker Hill, which I don't believe they will try.
General Washington, great news from Philadelphia. A resolution of Congress stating that the United States of America are free and independent, absolved of all allegiance to the British Crown.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights,
that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Independence.
To secure these rights, governments
Just the word stirs my blood, sir.
deriving
And mine too, Tillman.
powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people.
If only I could be certain that I'm the man to spur us on.
And to institute a new government.
For if I'm not and we fail,
And organizing
it's a hangman's rope for us all.
seem most likely to affect their safety.
Troops out there. Give me a hand. Bring those other chairs down here. We'll put them in the wagon. I'll take them over here.
Message for the General. Urgent. Sir, give it here. I'll see that he gets it. Yes, what is it?
Sir, the British are landing on Long Island. The battle is upon us.
Take all the sea bread you can carry. No telling when we'll be filling our bellies again.
Easy, boy. God bless you. Just a young lad. Get out of the way there.
Damn, it ain't hard enough to break the teeth of a rat.
Our King George. Eat it. Move out, men. Back to the picket line.
Let's get going. Okay, lad.
They expect us to march into their guns. But their General Sullivan has made the blunder we needed. He has failed to cover this area. General Clinton, you will slip through the gap tonight and take possession of the high ground behind them. At dawn, you will sweep in on their left flank as we attack in front, crushing them between us. Brooklyn Heights will fall like a ripe plum. And our rebels will either be on their knees toasting the king or dead.
Then I suggest we move within the hour.
Hey, easy, boys. Don't shoot me for a redcoat.
It's Joseph.
Where the devil you been? You get your full lamp blown out.
It occurred to me, Corporal, when I seen them big Hessians.
Damn. If we only had bayonets.
We must survive this battle. Most are hardly more than boys. But if they stand fast and fight, it could mean our freedom.
Now keep calm, lads. Keep calm, lads.
Hold your fire!
Sir, Sterling's line is broken. Caught between the Black Watch and the Hessians. He's trying to get back to Brooklyn Heights.
Hinterher, hinterher! Auf immer! Da drüben ist noch einer! Da! Drauf jetzt! Vorsicht da!
Sir, our losses are severe. 3 of our generals killed or taken prisoner. Over 1,000 officers and men captured.
Plus a regiment of dead and wounded.
Sullivan, Sterling. All those good men. Still can't fathom why the enemy has not tried to smash our last defenses.
Well, a 4th patrol reports that the Bloodybacks have dug a trench parallel to our works. So angled we can't fire into it.
So it begins. How we'll breach our lines by moving from one trench to the next. But if he gives us time, we could get our entire army across the river to Manhattan before he knows we're gone.
That's impossible, sir.
It's our only hope. Tell Colonel Glover to have his Marblehead men gather all available boats.
Sir.
Tonight they go back to being sailors.
The British are within earshot of our lines. Tory spies are everywhere. We can't make such a silent withdrawal.
Well, we must. And the British will never expect it.
But what if the Bloodybacks catch us half on the water, half still on the heights? They would slaughter us.
Yes, but if Providence is with us, we'll save this army.
They have been grievously wounded and crawled into their last redoubts.
Good. Then if we attack them now, tonight, we can overwhelm them.
But at what cost?
Oh.
I want no more Bunker Hill.
But this
Wait
isn't a
until morning. Their position is hopeless.
General Washington, Colonel Hemp's rear guard is here.
Good, good. Glover's back with his boats and rafts. As soon as these last men are loaded, we're away.
Hurry, men! Load the boats! Hurry, soldiers! And quiet as you can, or the enemy will hear us.
The Hessian patrols will be on us at any moment. Move them quickly, Colonel.
Vorwärts, schneller, schneller! Da geht nur erst. Vorwärts, Männer!
their enlistments up, 2,000 New Jersey and Maryland men have left us in the last week. Now the enemy is 3 to our 1.
If this continues, by the end of the month, we'll have no army at all.
And Tory forces are gathering behind us.
They see us on the run ever since New York. They know we lost Fort Washington, Fort Lee. Now, all of New Jersey's gone.
The Jackals want to be in on the kill.
Sir, since you left half the army at the north to protect New England, you must send General Lee another urgent message to bring his troops from Jersey. They could save us.
Now that we need him, he ignores us.
I have faith in him, General Greene. He'll get here.
If he doesn't, sir, we will face certain defeat.
No, sir. Never. If only a few of us go on fighting, the enemy will one day tire of this war that we refuse to let him win because we will not give up.
Sir? A bottle of schnapps I liberated when we gave the Hessians a bloody nose before we left White Plains. If you will, sir, I'll have that drink you once offered. To our Commander-in-Chief, whom we are honored to serve.
Captain John Lawrence of South Carolina, Your Excellency. My father, Henry Lawrence, recommends me to you.
Can you write a fair hand?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yes, I know you wish to fight, but at the moment I need you to write. I'll appoint you my staff secretary. I must send another message to General Lee, who still waits with his troops in northern Jersey.
Whatever you wish me to do, sir.
Done asking that gentleman. I will now order him to bring his army to us.
By God, the Continental Army needs Charles Lee more than Israel ever needed a savior. Or a weary general needs his midnight sport.
We must be leaving, sir. Your army is already miles ahead of us, heading for Pennsylvania.
I may yet decide to turn and surprise the enemy by a bold attack.
But General Washington needs you, sir.
He does. I tell you, sir, that great man is most damnably deficient.
Please, sir, Mrs. White will skin me if I don't turn the butter.
Yes, turn your butter, you cheeky wench. I tell you, sir, with enlistments up at the end of the month and all the desertions, Washington's unfortunate army begs destruction. He's asking for capture or death. So then how can that timid Congress not make Charles Lee the new commander-in-chief?
Charles Lee! Charles Lee, we know you're in there!
Gone, where do they come from?
Surrender or we'll show what we think of turncoat generals by burning down this tavern and putting every bloody rebel to the sword.
These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything.
We just got word British dragoons have captured General Lee.
Lee? How could... Where were his troops?
Some miles ahead, sir. They're rushing to join us.
An army to enforce her tyranny.
Well, thank God the army is safe.
And Sir General Gates is here.
Is not slavery, then is there not such a thing as slavery upon Earth?
There's a lot more of Mr. Thomas Paine's words here, but I'll try to put it right on the drumhead. The army needs you to re-enlist. And I know how you feel. You want to turn your backs on this nightmare and head home on New Year's Day, but don't you see that you can't? If you do, it'll all be over. Everything that makes life worth living is what we're fighting for. 6 more weeks. That's all His Excellency asks of you. Now, which will be the first to stand up and show his love for his country and for General Washington?
Have you lost your senses? You've done more than your bloody share.
What if everybody quits him? What if he quits us?
I got my woman pining for me. I got every right to leave, and so do you.
No! 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 The spirit of this country has sunk so low that only desperate measures can revive it.
To cross over a river at 3 different places and strike a surprise blow at an enemy needs a far greater army than this. You think they could ever attack Hessians, the most ruthless troops in all Europe? Ah! Look at them! A defeated and disheartened rabble. Their enlistments are up in a few days. Now, what on earth makes you think that they'd allow you to lead them in a hopeless battle?
There are 100 arguments against this, sir. But if we do not try and succeed, the cause is lost.
Sir, your plan is nothing short of preposterous.
You have my permission to leave for Philadelphia immediately. We'll do it, gentlemen. Because we have to.
On Christmas night, we'll show off in Colonel Glover's boats, cross the river, and strike Trenton 1 hour before dawn on the 26th.
Dench? Sir, what if the Hessian garrison sees us in the water?
Well, after celebrating the holiday, they won't be expecting early morning visitors. Besides, European officers would think any army foolish to attack in the winter.
It'd be the devil's own work, sir.
Yes, General Gates would surely agree with you.
If any word should reach the Hessians, they'd simply put their guns on the shore and blast us out of the water.
Just to get the men across the Delaware in the bitter cold and winter currents. But the cannon, too. And to commit so many men, sir.
If this attack fails, and we're trapped in Jersey, it's all over.
It's all over in any event if we don't try.
We lose most of our army in the new year.
But if we strike first, force them to chase us, and fight our kind of war, who knows what benefits may follow? Why, the men may take heart, and they may stay with us.
The decision's made.
The success of this raid depends on secrecy, swiftness, and surprise. Let the password be victory or death.
make it through this, boys. I'm gone with the new year.
Captain, this weather will wet the men's powder. Our muskets won't fire.
Then you must use your bayonets, Sergeant. Trenton must be taken.
Yes, sir.
Wenigstens was zum Rosten hätten, Hilda. Feuer, aber haben wir nicht. Genau.
Der Feind! Der Feind! Der Feind! Der Feind!
Was ist denn? Wo ist sie her? Move into formation, man!
Aufwachen! Soldaten, aufwachen! Die haben uns überfallen! Erste und zweite Kompanie! Ist eine Übung? Information! Keine Übung. Weckt auf! Schneller hier! Los! Vorwärts! Aufgestellt! Haltet das Pulver trocken! Soldaten auf! Hol den Arsch aus dem Haus!
Pull that cannon around! Over here!
Aufstellen! Bleibt zusammen hier!
Pull it over to the left and bring it in! Sergeant, you may begin to prime your weapons!
Scatter them, Henry. Don't let them form and they won't know what to do.
Captain Hamilton, fire grape shot! Gentlemen, make grape shot ready! Fire number one! Fire number two!
They're trying to set up their own cannon.
Surrendered, sir. We've done it, sir. We've done it.
So we have.
Where might I find General Washington?
Captain Hamilton, we've been expecting you.
His Excellency has had his eye on you, Captain.
Your skill and bravery at Trenton are not your only recommendations.
Trying to embarrass me, gentlemen.
Don't be modest, Captain. I know His Excellency would be most impressed by the care with which you carry his personal trunk, containing priceless and breakable memorabilia.
Can you tell me, sir, what this summons is about?
But what else? To be one of the chosen, of course. An aide de camp.
I am honored. Upstairs. Upstairs.
And don't be too honored till we tell you what the general expects of his aides.
We go very late to bed and are very early up.
We not only execute orders, but we are actually required to think.
Indeed, sir, the weight of the whole war will be on your shoulder.
Just so it's no heavier than this damnable trunk.
There's more.
More?
Much more.
More.
Well, Captain Hamilton, I see that Tillman and Lawrence have you busy already.
Well, idle hands make work for the devil, sir.
Yes. I suppose they've told you why you're here and what's expected of you.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Good. Have you decided to join us?
Sir, I shall be proud to serve you once we discuss my new rank.
But the honor is not enough.
I think it only proper, sir, in view of the work required, that I have the same rank as your other aides, Lieutenant Colonel.
But you'd have me jump you 2 ranks at barely 20 years of age, Captain Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Because I shall prove my worth to you as I have already proven it to these gentlemen.
When I was your age, I asked Governor Dinwiddie to make me adjutant of the Virginia Regiment. He said I had gall enough for twice my age. I finally met a man with equal gall. Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton.
Colonel.
What I can't understand, General Washington, is why you hold up here in these rugged hills.
Well, because we're still not strong enough to face the enemy in open battle. So we hit and run and hope that by forcing him to chase us, he'll grow weary of the fight and go home.
But you bested him at Trenton, Princeton.
That's because we took him by surprise. But we only stepped on his toes. Perhaps even pulled his tail. But we could never attack his main body, for we lacked the supplies. Bullets, powder, and most of all, trained men. The enemy is still 2 to our 1, you see.
I believe the General is telling you something, John.
I have urged the Congress to authorize more Continental regiments.
Well, and I hope the right to enlist them for the length of the war.
Now you ask too much. You know how wary the Congress is of a permanent army.
As it is, Mr. Adams, our enlisted men are gone before we can even train them. It's ironic that even when they're fighting for their own liberty, free men resist the discipline and order it takes to make a strong army. But I believe in my heart if you give them to me long enough, those same free men will match the best in Europe. But until then, we must run away to fight another day. Or one. This talk of war must bore you, Mrs. Adams.
On the contrary, General Washington, I'm utterly fascinated.
An unusual bouquet. From Portugal?
New Jersey. Roots, herbs, bog berries, allowed to ferment as long as it takes Congress to grant our requests. How did you like the stew, sir?
Excellent.
We don't get it very often anymore. Those little rascals hereabouts seem to be running faster now that they know that they're candidates for our cook pots. It's the squirrels, the muskrats, that sort of thing.
Why do I have the feeling my leg is being pulled? I shall once again remind Congress of your desperate need for more of everything. Now, I can blame your potent wine for my passing on this latest gossip. Are you aware, sir, there is talk of making you an American king?
John, really?
But it's true. A poem has even been written. A crown, a mansion, a throne that shine with gold unfailing, Washington be thine.
The idea is preposterous. We're finished with kings in this country.
How are we going to fire the weapons?
Together, Sergeant.
How are we going to fight the war?
Together, Sergeant.
I can't hear you.
Together, Sergeant.
All right. Shoulder firelocks. Left shoulder. We have to get you another hat, soldier. Prepare to prime and load. Together. Prisons up. Handle cartridges. Together. Prime. Prisons down. Take your ease. Well, if it isn't the apprentice farmer, back to tell us what fools we still are.
It mortifies me to say it.
You re-enlisted?
2 months of a real bed, good beef, and warm wife was all I could take. I had to get back to the old misery and hunger brigade so I'd have something to complain about again.
Benedict Arnold deserves better, Mr. Adams.
But sir, Connecticut had her share of major generals. It was not a deliberate affront.
But it appeared so to Arnold, and he is furious.
Forget his exploits at Ticonderoga and Canada. Were it not for his rousing the Connecticut countryside last spring and driving the British back to their ships, countless New England towns would have been ravaged by the enemy.
The man is worthy, sir, but he is a troublemaker. We agreed to make him a major general. What more do you want?
Since he was a senior brigadier, rank him above the 5 officers you promoted ahead of him.
That would ruin congressional dignity.
We'll have more than our dignity to worry us, gentlemen, if Howe and his fleet appear in the Delaware.
If we are in mortal danger, General Washington, you must tell us so we may move the Congress somewhere west.
Oh, we mustn't be so concerned with congressional hides that we neglect other urgent matters.
General Schuyler must be replaced as Northern Commander.
He lost Ticonderoga. He does not inspire his troops.
New York will be furious if we remove him.
And New England will be angry if we don't.
Schuyler, let's go.
We have decided to replace him with Horatio Gates. Unless Your Excellency has an objection. We had heard there was some disaffection.
General Gates can command combat and supply. The choice is a sensible one.
We are delighted you agree with us, sir.
I neither agree nor disagree. The choice was yours.
But you have agreed.
The days ahead will be difficult and dangerous, gentlemen. We do not need divisive conflicts within our own ranks, either between states, congressmen, or generals.
If we could all remember that.
General Washington, may I present Marie-Joseph Paul, Yves Roche, Gilbert de Montier, Marquis de Lafayette.
Welcome, sir.
I express to you my admiration.
Yes, well, I have done little to earn your admiration as yet, sir.
No. Printemps. Princeton. I bow to your miracles.
Please, sit down.
I intend, as my new commander-in-chief, to prove to you that I offer myself out of the most pure of motives, love.
Marquis,
When I heard America was fighting for her freedom, I have desired to bleed for her.
Yes, sir, please.
And as in return, I ask only 2 favors. The first would be to serve in your army as a volunteer until such time as Your Excellency have decided that I have earned a battlefield command. And the second would be to serve at my own expense. And I will prove to you that...
I surrender, sir. And as your prisoner, I am able to grant your other favor with pleasure, as our purse is almost empty.
Ah, mon général! Merci! Merci bien!
Yes.
And as to the first, my dear Marquis de Lafayette, I would be delighted to have you as a member of my military family.
Ah, merci bien.
Now, please, sit. Sit. Perhaps when you get to know us better, you'll be able to show a little more enthusiasm.
Enthousiasme?
Enthusiasm.
Ah oui!
Sir, British militia has been sighted at the mouth of the Delaware. You were right. General Howe intends to take Philadelphia.
But how did it happen? I did not think he would risk his entire army.
He had to, sir. You all wanted him to save Philadelphia.
Why did he make you stand at Brandywine? The Redcoats overwhelmed him.
Another Long Island disaster.
My God, to have to run from them again.
Gentlemen, he performed miracles with inexperienced troops. They did not panic, but fought like regulars.
A bloody rout is a bloody rout, Colonel Hamilton.
Be grateful that General Washington is still alive and not taken prisoner, for only he can keep this army from defeat.
That, sir, is a matter for debate.
Gentlemen, hurry, hurry. Washington will need more than miracles to bring order out of this chaos. Go! Go!
Halt the column. Column! Halt! Officers, pull your men out.
Tried to pick Philadelphia clean, sir, before the Redcoats could march down Market Street.
That's it?
These wagons are all we could fill.
We desperately need more shoes and clothing.
What I have, I took by force, sir. Our patriotic merchants hid their goods.
Yes, I know.
See your feet, lads. Drive them up. Right, drop them over.
General Washington. Sir, a word with you. Privately. You know me, sir, as a man of principle who chose to fight in America for the cause of freedom.
Yes, well, I'm aware of your sacrifice, General Conway. How can I help you?
The question is how I can help you, General. You seem to surround yourself by men not worthy of their influence. Sullivan is without enterprise. Greene is vain and lacks judgment. And as for your green aides, one has not yet even attained manhood.
Then, whose advice should I seek?
You need me, General. For without proper training, your soldiers are hopeless. A useless, humiliated mob who will be forever driven and beaten across mountains and rivers until you have no army left.
See that your brigade is ready to march.
Sir,
Immediately, sir.
Sir.
You never enough to torment me with grasping merchants. Congressmen serving their precious states before their country, but these pompous, self-serving officers who... Look at those men. Starving, no shoes, but they're willing to fight and die for freedom. Even if we have to cross 100 rivers and mountains, we will not give up. We'll hit them where they least expect us, and we'll survive. By God. We'll survive.
want to wait for the sick wagon? You mean the death wagon?
One foot in front of the other, men, and we'll get wherever His Excellency wants us to go. General Washington.
Yes. This dispatch just arrived from the Congress announcing a major victory in New York. The British invasion force from Canada has been smashed. Benedict Arnold's charge broke the enemy, and General Gates has forced the surrender of Burgoyne's entire northern army.
Thank God we've needed such a victory. News from Congress. Shouldn't General Gates have reported to you first, sir?
I like our dear friend, General Gates.
Gentlemen, we're all in this together. Order an extra gill of rum for each man to toast his brothers to the north. And a cannon salute to celebrate General Gates' great victory.
Yes, sir.
Sing out, men! Keep your spirits up! Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Gooding. There we saw the men and boys as thick as hasty pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step and the girls be handy. And there we saw 1,000 men as rich as Squire David. What they wasted every day, I wish it could be saved.
Now, and make sure that that's sent to General Greene first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what you're all grumbling about. This is luxury compared to some of the accommodations I had when I was surveying the wilderness for Lord Fairfax.
Could I have ever been so young? Let's stop for tonight, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a message from General Sterling.
Bad news, sir?
What is it?
Sterling has learned of a letter General Conway sent to Gates in which he blames General Washington for all our defeats. Oh, listen to this. Heaven has determined to save your country, or a weak general and bad counselors would have ruined it.
And Conway and Gates are in league against him?
They would put Gates in his place.
The ultimate revenge. A housekeeper's son, driven from the British regulars by snobbery, hands that army its greatest defeat.
I know another who has been humbled, and his initials are G.W. For the good of the cause, sir, you should take over as Commander-in-Chief.
Good Lord, Mifflin. What brings you north, Thomas?
Congress business, General, and a matter that will alarm you.
The only thing that can alarm us this day, sir, is an empty glass. Come, join us.
General Gates, could we speak in private?
Gentlemen, your indulgence, please.
An extract from Conway's letter to you has somehow reached General Washington.
What?
The cat is out of the bag, General. So we will need to be clever in our defense, for so many still love that man.
This damnable business will mean that we cannot now promote Conway.
Just more difficult to approach influential people openly. But there is another way. Washington himself has said that an experienced foreign officer should be appointed Inspector General.
Inspector General? Of course. Why not? Conway shall be Inspector General.
Washington will be so furious at Congress that his pride will force him to resign.
Michael! Okay, lift that over there. Yeah, take that piece there. Pass me another there, lad.
Come on, the other way. That's it. Bring that wagon up this way.
Confirm this.
Here, lad, move it 2 inches to the left there.
Just sit there and stare. Keep working.
The general has stirred a lot of lazy stumps with his prize of $12. The squad that builds the best hut fastest in each regiment.
And if we win, what do you think we'll buy with that prize? Shoes for our bloody feet, which the general should have given us in the first place.
You win the prize for the best complainer in the army.
You think I don't have just cause? That Congress proclaiming a day of Thanksgiving? How about it, lads? A sumptuous feast to close out this year of high living. Our country, ever mindful of its suffering army, opens its warm heart wide, so that each of us valiant defenders of freedom get what? A half cup of rice and a whole tablespoon of vinegar!
Beware, sir. Gates will try to use Conway against you.
I've asked my aides to leave us alone so that you may talk freely. I don't think it's wise to discuss General Gates in their presence.
My God, it galls me beyond measure. That jackass trumpets himself as a great victor. The man never got close enough to the battle to smell gunpowder.
I understand your bitterness, but
I must forget all that.
Yes, you must.
To you, sir. To our cause.
I know what you have to endure, my friend. To be relieved of your command by General Gates and then to return and lead the attack. You saw your duty, and you did it. And I'm proud of you.
I like to think it is what you would have done, sir.
Your leg, I had no idea you were so seriously wounded.
Well, at the very least, I shall be able to tell when bad weather is in prospect. I didn't come to beg sympathy, sir, but to offer my services once more to my commander-in-chief.
Well, once we get you well enough, you shall have a post worthy of a major general.
Forgive me, sir. Marquis de Lafayette and Colonel Lawrence have returned from Congress and would speak with you.
Yes, warm yourself, General. Yes?
General, please.
Sir, our fears were justified.
Congress has elected Horatio Gates, President of the Board of War.
And is to keep his rank as Senior Major General in the army that he's now to supervise. He wants it all, sir.
Our first duty is to save this country from the enemy. If we start a war between brother patriots, it could destroy the cause quicker than British guns.
What if your enemies within are the more deadly?
Put your thumb in it, Sergeant, is the closest thing we'll get to meat.
That's a blizzard wind. How are we supposed to keep warm with no decent victuals in our gut?
I know I'm starving when I dream of eating a Sunday goose instead of tupping my wife.
Watery goo that turn the stomach of a starving goat.
It's a handsome reward indeed for all that hop. 2, 3, 4.
My 2 left feet are bloody and sore. So what do you say we do no more?
May our commissary of purchases live on fire, cake, and water till his belly be glued to his heart.
Well, at least, my dear Marquis, they still laugh at their hunger. The nearer farms have all been stripped clean. We must send foraging parties even further into the countryside.
Fiddle-dee-well, fiddle-dee-dee, I'm going to order my own army
Washington of the rebel army. I tell them when to fight and to go in front of me. I can't wait to wear my new uniform. Judy! Whoops! Martha!
All right, I'll bring it up. I'm coming.
What's in the box? Oh, I'm gonna try this on first.
No, put the britches on first. No, George, you've got them on backwards. George, the buttons don't go in the back. They go in the...
Oh, that's the way to go! That's the way to go! That's the way to go!
Outrageously amusing. Did you enjoy, sir?
I'm afraid I wasn't paying much attention.
Major Andre and our darling Peggy Shippen were doing the rebel general and his wife as Punch and Judy. It's really quite clever. And what did our captured rebel general think of it?
I haven't laughed so hard in years, Lord Cornwallis.
Though I doubt it will promote peace. And I understand you are now a warm advocate of achieving as quickly as possible. General Howe tells me you have a plan that would lead to a British victory.
Quite simple. If Maryland is reduced and Virginia prevented from marching aid to the frozen rebel army in Pennsylvania, the whole is forever divided. And a period put to the war.
Hear, hear.
Excuse me.
I cannot help feeling for that pitiful rabble camped on some god-forsaken hillside.
Waste no sympathy on traitors, sir.
Still, they once were our brothers. The heir of their tribulations is...
They deserve to suffer. Perhaps one surprise blown now, when they least expect it, will finish off this stupid rebellion.
But our spies tell us Mr. Washington's army, exposed to this dreadful winter, will simply disappear.
Perhaps you're right. Let them die in the snow.
But, General, we must do something now.
There is a major plot against your excellency.
And it isn't just Thomas Mifflin and Richard Henry Lee. Conway has been whispering to Congress. And now there's a strong faction in the Board of War.
Gates is their hero, and you are blamed for every defeat.
Do you know what they're up to, sir? Sir,
Sir, they want to force you to resign.
I say stop them now before it is too late.
You must confront the Congress. Expose the plot.
Root out that nest of traitors and demand that you take over the complete running of the war.
To make George Washington a tyrant, is that what we're fighting for?
The cabal intends to put Gates, or Lee if they can get him back from the British, or even Conway at the head of this army. Now, would you stand by, sir, and let that happen?
Yes, by God, I will. For what we do here will light the way for all of those who come after us.
Sir, but
we want no kings or tyrants, but free men.
Sir, you do not understand.
I cherish all of your concern for me, gentlemen. But this is something I must handle in my own way. Well, you've all had a long day. You must be exhausted. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
Bonsoir, mon général.
Sir. Yes. The new Inspector General has arrived.
May I present Major General Conway, sir?
You seem surprised, General Washington. Had not Congress advised you of my arrival?
It is your new rank that surprises me, sir.
It is merely suitable to an Inspector General.
Our Brigadier Senior to you will be enraged.
I care little for the opinions of others. I have come to do a job, and you may rest assured I shall do it. The resolution of Congress that charges me reforming this army.
The Board of War was to supply you with instructions. Where are they, General Conway?
Since I hurried here, sir, they will be forwarded.
Then you will wait.
Sir?
You cannot serve as Inspector General until I see your instructions.
General Washington, I have come a great distance to help you. I had hoped you'd show suitable gratitude.
For what? Your presumption?
You refer to the letter I wrote to General Gates.
I'm referring to you, sir, and who you are.
Why must Your Excellency, who commands an army raised for the defense of liberty, conduct such a tyrannical inquisition?
I will not listen to...
Let him finish.
Let us compose our differences. You need me, sir, to make that rabble out there into a real army.
While you were off swilling wine and courting Congress for your own advancement, that rabble worked and drilled in the snow to turn themselves into a real army. And you are not worthy to carry their coat pot! Colonel Hamilton, show General Conway to the door.
Sir, you and General Gates and your Board of War have just been given notice.
Notice?
General Washington is the commander-in-chief of this army.
My dear, you must not keep me away from you another winter, or I shall die. You're so worn looking. Thinner than I can ever remember. If only you could say the same for me.
How many times must I tell you I would have you just as you are? Come in. I trust your journey was agreeable.
Oh, yes. I paid a visit to your mother on my way.
Ah, yes, I've just written her. What does she want now?
She's still complaining of her circumstances, George.
The war goes badly, never enough food and supplies. The British want my head, and now I must endure yet another of dear mother's complaints. All right, let's hear it.
I'm afraid that she's been telling all who will listen that the Virginia Assembly should vote her a pension.
A pension? When she has children who give her everything she needs? Oh, God bless her. You know, if I unleashed Mother on the British, the war would be over tomorrow.
My feet are so cold from the long trip. There's only one way they'll ever get warm again. In bed with you. I've thought about nothing else for the last 100 miles. Thank God you're back. The sound of that wind.
The storm's coming.
You're worried about your soldiers.
If they gave up and just went home, I could hardly blame them.
George.
They go hungry, half naked. I badger the Congress. Nothing happens.
That's not your fault.
I'm their commander, Martha.
And you've done all you can.
Have I? We've met one defeat after another. I may not be the man to lead this struggle.
You are. You're the only one.
Yes, that's the wife talking.
Look at me. I once told you that you are not like George Mason and the others. Men who play with ideas and words. Once you decided we must be free, you had to do something about it. You took this command. You'll not turn from it. No matter how discouraged you may be. The men need you. You won't fail them. I know you too well.
Joseph. Joseph, stay warm. Stay warm.
Sergeant, it's Joseph.
True? It's true. True? It's Prudence.
Ain't just his frostbit feet. Now he's out of his head. Keeps calling for somebody like he don't know where he is.
He's burning up. We gotta get him to the sick hut. Come on, help me.
What are you doing to me?
Joseph.
Why are you carrying me? Let me up.
Joseph, your feet froze. And you got the fever. Surgeon's got to see you.
Captain! Stop the carriage!
No! 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 He's taking me in and no surgeon! No! Bro! Bro, help me, please! Help me!
What can I do?
Got to get him in the surgeon's hut, man.
Get him! Don't let him take me in, please, man! Please! Nobody gets out of there alive, please! 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 Help me, please! Please!
Hold his foot steady.
Come. Let's go inside.
Pretty good all my life. It's the general.
General, we need more meat, sir.
General, we need more shoes.
General, when will we have more food? Blankets, sir. Blankets.
We need more meat, sir.
sir.
I posted
General
guard,
cannot be disturbed tonight.
and I brought all the sergeants
He's much
together.
too busy
And
to
I must
see
see His Excellency. And I want to see His Excellency from the
General
posted
cannot
guard.
be disturbed.
What is it, Captain?
Sir, I told
Your
the
Excellency,
sergeants
we'd have a word with you.
Yes, come in, Sergeant. All of you.
We are sergeants from all the different regiments in the camp. And we know we've been complaining a terrible lot lately about no food and everything. And well, we got to talking and we decided we couldn't sleep tonight unless we told you that we're still with you, Your Excellency. As long as you need us. Right, Ben?
Right.
And that's all we have to say, sir. So good night.
Thank you. All of you.
I swear, the boy said the damn Tory was hiding it in this barn to sell to the enemy.
If anything will make old Joe smile again, be the sight of a roasting goose. Whatever's in this wagon, sir, we requisition in the name of General Washington's army. You'll be paid in Continental scrip.
Worthless paper. I'm no Tory, but my family needs the king's hard money. My wife is sick.
We got our own sad story, sir.
Redcoats be due here. You take their wagon, they'll be after you, sure.
He's lying, Eben. Enemy ain't within miles.
Come on.
Damn thieves, get out!
You'd kill us or starve us for your king's hard money. Ought to drag you back to our camp and make you eat what comes out of the bottom of our cook pot. Or strip your barn clean so that your full belly can feel the knife of our hunger.
Sergeant! British!
Be still, boy.
Armour Jones? Armour Jones?
Gone. Gone! Get out of here! And you tell your high and mighty king that we're never going to get up. Not ever. You tell him that. You hear me? Boots!
Even.
Danny, the goose!
Well, what do you think, Eben? Is she done yet?
Looks to be. Go on. Give him a taste. Watch his eyes light up. Not yet, not yet.
He said he don't want none. So we could go ahead and heat it for him.
So we will.
What's the matter, Eben?
Son. Son. There's someone here to see you.
I got no foot, Prue.
Come to fetch you, Joseph.
Yeah, some kind of farmer I'll be. Crawling around on my hands and knees behind a plow. I'm a cripple. You too dumb to understand that.
You're my husband. Father of the baby I'm having. And I'm taking you home.
Baby? Oh, good God.
That's right. God's doing. All this is the hand of the Almighty. He took your foot so I could have the rest of you.
If you take the North Road, you should reach the inn by nightfall.
Damn if I can think of anything funny to say. So, thanks for being my friends. And, never did know when to shut up.
Godspeed, Joe. Ready?
Father and I went up to camp along with Captain Gooding, and there we saw 1,000 men as thick as hasty pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the steps, and with the girls be handy. And there we saw 1,000 men as rich as Squire David. What they wasted every day, I wish it could be saved. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy.
General Washington, may I present Friedrich Wilhelm Augustus von Steuben, Baron of Hohenzollern and Hechingen, late of the Prussian army.
Großes Herr General Washington the Großer.
The Baron greets Washington the Great.
Ich will
Sorry,
nicht...
sir, but I have to translate what the gentleman says. Entschuldigen Sie bitte, Herr Baron.
Ja, ja.
Bitte.
Ich will nicht keine Reichtum oder Auszeichnungen.
He declares he wishes neither riches nor titles.
Aber bloß zu haben das Recht zu kaufen auf Kosten von meiner Blut.
Merely the right to purchase at his blood's expense.
Der Ehren von Verteidigen deiner Recht und deiner Freiheit.
The honor of defending your rights and liberty.
Please tell the Baron he's about to embark on the ultimate challenge. To make this army march as one.
Attention! My American soldiers, hello!
You have been chosen as Baron von Steuben's model company to learn the uniform code of drill. You will then become drill sergeants for your own units. Until the Baron has mastered our language, he will give his commands by rote.
Head up! Chest in! Chest in! Gut out!
Was ist los? Yeah, you've got it backwards, sir. His chest out, gut in.
Ah, gut in, not out. Like von Steuben!
Is it time?
Billy, pack some food in case you get famished before the first tavern stop.
I would stay if only you'd let me.
Even though the French have signed an alliance with us, it'll be a long while before they send any help. And most of my days and nights will be spent in the saddle. And Jack and Nellie will need you when the new baby comes.
Do you love me, George?
After all of these years, you still have to ask. Of course I do.
I don't know what I expected you to say.
Why would you think I didn't?
I don't know. The thought of leaving you again made me think of the first time you left me, just after you'd asked me to marry you. And the way I felt, knowing that I cared more for you than you for me.
That's not true.
I knew, though you never said anything, that there was someone else. And that her memory would live with you always.
Martha.
Don't say anything, please. It's all right. It's always been all right. I have you. And that's what matters.
Martha. Why are you bringing all of this up now?
I've upset you. I'm sorry. That's the last thing I want to do when we won't be seeing each other for months.
Coach is ready, Mrs. Washington.
Thank you. We're ready too. I'll remember to tell Lund that the honey locust, if he can get enough seed, would make a good hedge beside the rear walkway.
I've needed you here with me this time, more than ever before.
Not just for all that you did, but
You. How at peace I feel when I'm with you. Safe journey.
God keep you.
I do love you. Martha, I love you.
Well, sir, I've heard you've squelched Generals Conway and Gates. Even their friends in Congress ignore them.
Horatio Gates is still one of our valued generals, as you are, my friend. I see they fed you well in captivity.
Yes, sir.
I see now your men can stand in ranks.
We can do far more than that, General, as you shall see.
Why, in the name of heaven, why, when our army is in such splendid condition that we've been ordered to evacuate Philadelphia?
The ministry has been panicked by the French alliance with the rebels.
The bloody frogs have designs on Canada and all our North American possessions.
Gentlemen, it seems sensible to consolidate our forces in New York under the protection of the fleet.
You sail for home tomorrow, Sir William. You can afford to take the Olympian view. Lord Cornwallis and I will now root out this rebellion.
General Clinton, our biggest mistake has been in underestimating the enemy.
We dismiss Washington as an amateur, yet his army has taken our hardest blows and survived. Even this winter didn't defeat them.
Mark my words, we'll finish them in the very next battle.
We've been saying that now for 3 years.
I pray that on the march to New York, Washington's rabble attacks us. I'll turn on him and end it in one final blow. Then let the French try to save him.
Many Tory families slipped aboard at the last moment, sir. Upward of 100 sail moved down the Delaware, leaving the army behind.
They could fool us by turning round in the bay.
But a Delaware rider just brought word that they have already passed Chesapeake Light. And a washerwoman said that the redcoat officers have ordered their linen delivered at once, finished or unfinished.
Those redoubts that Clinton has built above the city are to cover his crossing. He intends to move his troops into New Jersey.
Now we will march into Philadelphia in triumph.
I want no pomp. I'll send a small detachment under General Arnold to secure the city.
But the people there would be heartened if
This is our chance to strike the enemy with our reborn army.
If we could defeat Clinton, he might become so discouraged he would consider ending the war.
Once they cross the Delaware, we'll follow them, staying north, moving through the hills.
We have located the enemy.
He marches northeast toward Monmouth. Sir, his lines must be 12 miles long with his baggage wagons.
This could be the place to attack.
Summon my senior officers.
Yes, sir.
Mon General, let me lead the attack.
My dear Marquis.
I am embarrassed that your Congress has made me a Major General, and I must prove that I am worthy of this exalted rank.
Your time will come, but not now.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it could quickly become a high-stakes game if you attack.
So be it.
Sir, at least give me a line command under Lafayette. I know that I'm ready for that.
This is not the time to discuss.
Sir, I didn't
I
mean
have
that.
had all I can take of you and Hamilton and Lafayette wanting commands.
But this battle will be critical. We have worked hard to make soldiers of a rabble, as our enemy likes to call us. And now we must find out whether we have succeeded. So we will hit them before they reach the Monmouth courthouse. A victory here could change everything.
General, I am appalled at the very idea of bringing on a major battle. The enemy has never been in such excellent condition or so well disciplined. The French may soon be here to help us. Why put our army at such a disadvantage?
We will attack only Clinton's rear guard. We'll try to avoid a general action.
Yes, but if the entire Redcoat army turns to fight us, we will be destroyed.
It is a risk we must take. I need experience and maturity in command of such a dangerous venture. I need you, General Lee.
Let someone who believes in it be your scapegoat.
As General Greene is with the main army. Perhaps the Marquis de Lafayette.
He's hardly more than a boy. He's not capable to lead such an attack.
A young officer can make up for lack of experience with spirit, and that our young Marquis has in abundance. The command is yours, General Lafayette.
Thank you, Mon General.
This conference is adjourned, gentlemen. Yes?
You are determined to go ahead with this?
Yes, I am.
I cannot let you put your fate into the hands of a green general who has smelled gunpowder in but 2 battles.
I have a feeling about him. And I have no other major general I can spare.
As your second in command, I do have a responsibility to lead the attack.
You've changed your mind. It must be pressed with great vigor.
You doubt my capacity?
No, not your capacity. Your will.
I am as determined as you to see us prevail.
God knows you are my most experienced general. But Lafayette...
Let it be me.
Lafayette will understand.
Thank you, George.
Why did it take Lee so long to engage? I gave him your orders soon after sunup.
Retreat! Fall back! Fall back! Fall back, lads! Regroup! Fall back! First go back. First Lee says attack. Then he says retreat. We never face the fray. Where are we supposed to go?
Captain! What is this?
Sir,
I was ordered to withdraw.
Who gave that order?
I'm not sure, sir. They were shouting, fall back, so I fell back.
Rest your men on the other side of the fence and reform them. There's a battle yet to be fought.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning of this? Sir? This retreat, this confusion. What's happened? General Lee, speak up. My officers disrupt my strategy. Disobedience! They bring me contradictory intelligence. Why have you given up the field? Because we cannot stand against them.
You know this foolish enterprise was against my advice.
Why did you take the command if you did not intend to press the attack?
My God, you shall not talk to me like that.
Damn you, get off the field. You're relieved of your command. General Washington! The enemy! Must we order a general retreat? No! By God, we'll fight! Officers, move your men behind the fence! Quickly! We'll meet them here, then drive them back! Hurry, soldiers! Fill in the gap! Major, move your men to the other side of the trees! Quickly! Hurry, soldiers! Hurry! Captain, fill in the gap! This day will be one to tell your children and your grandchildren of! A day of glory! Train this cannon on the left! General! Get back! Those are Wayne's men, sir. They had to give way.
Let your brothers through, men. They fought bravely and well. Now it's our turn to stop the enemy. Hold your fire till I give the order. Stand fast, men. Fight for your freedom.
Captain, train your cannon to the left. Keep this one on the center of the enemy line. Molly Pitcher.
Here, sir.
Jamie! Captain, quickly, we need someone on this cannon!
I'll do it. infantry next. Colonel Hamilton, have Knox concentrate his cannon on the hollow where they're forming up.
Yes, sir!
Make ready!
We shall not be moved from this hill.
Damn them, they're trying to turn our left. Colonel Lawrence, tell Sterling to wheel his men and beat them back. My boys, a day is ours. See it.
They're turning tail!
Sir, we're losing the light.
By God, our lads stood off the best army in the world. Can we not reach them?
General, the men need water desperately. Some have died of the heat.
We must break off, Your Excellency, or we could lose all that we've gained.
Very well.
You have wronged me, sir. I meant to make a stand at the very spot where you accosted me. I saved your bloody army. How dare you order me from the field? The victory would have been mine.
For 20 years, I have been in awe of you professional soldiers. Loudon, Braddock, Forbes, Gates, all of you. I've listened to you, respected you, deferred to your judgment. By God, no more. General Lee, you're finished in this army. Get out of my sight.
This is mutiny. We're starving, Colonel. No pay for 5 months, and when we get it, the money ain't worth a spit in the wind.
Yeah!
Our cooking pots are empty. Our bellies burn from hunger. And if we don't find something to eat soon, it's better we go home than starve.
The forage wagons will soon be back.
Damn the forage wagons! There's never enough. If we need to, we'll take what we have to at the end of this gun.
You men have won honor in battle. Don't forfeit it now with reckless anger. Go back to your huts! General Washington has already left for Philadelphia to plead your cause.
Yes, I understand that, but how can a country overflowing with plenty let die of hunger soldiers defending its freedom?
But money from federal presses is worthless. We are forced to depend on the states to supply your continentals.
And the damnable manipulators and money men, they buy at a pittance and then drive the prices up to make a killing. There's no punishment too great for the man who builds his fortune on his country's ruin.
Why don't you tell that to your military governor? Ask him why he is so cozy with Tory speculators.
Is Arnold guilty of wrongdoing, Mr. Mifflin?
He is under investigation at this moment.
Well, until you have a case to justify a court-martial, I suggest you not use as a scapegoat for thieving merchants. A gentleman who gave his blood to save us at Saratoga.
Your Excellency, may I present the former Peggy Shippen, now Mrs. Benedict Arnold?
Of course.
We are honored that you would join us, Your Excellency.
Well, the honor is all mine.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Well, you ought to be congratulated. She's a lovely young lady.
Thank you, sir. I must talk with you. If it is about the way I choose to live, sir.
You have made powerful enemies.
So have you, sir. And the same ones. They know that you are my friend, sir. And so they would hurt you through me. I have something to show you, sir, in private that will make your blood boil. Permit me to get it.
Of course.
My dear, see to His Excellency. I shall be right back.
You must be hungry. Allow me to fix you a plate.
Of course.
General Arnold and I owe you gratitude, sir,
How's that?
for being our matchmaker. Had you not appointed Benedict military governor, we might never have met. He has sacrificed so much for this country. It saddens me to see his days blighted by malicious rumors.
Mrs. Arnold.
You yourself wanted him to protect Tories from persecution, and that is all he has done.
Please, I'm not very hungry.
But, Your Excellency, we prepared so many delicacies just for you.
I wish you hadn't.
Have we offended you in some way?
No, it's just all too much.
Of course. Why didn't I realize you were disturbed at all this food? The rumors of our army starving in Morristown.
Not rumors, Mrs. Arnold. It's the truth.
Your Excellency, forgive me. The last thing in the world Benedict would ever want to do is to offend you. Please, don't blame him for this. He only wanted to please me.
If you will look to your other guests, my dear, the General and I must talk.
Of course. Your Excellency?
I do not want that dear child to see this. An indictment by their damnable executive council.
Not here.
That indictment charges me with illegal transactions, support of Tories, and defiance of the independent sovereignty of Pennsylvania. I would gladly hang Joseph Reed and Thomas Mifflin.
Yes, and they would hang Tories. I wish to God I could put a stop to all of this wild talk. On both sides, especially from one of my own generals.
I'm sorry, sir. I only want vindication so that I can better serve you.
I now see that it was a mistake to have taken you from the army and made you a military governor.
God knows I do not enjoy this life of ease. I yearn for the field again. The smell of gunpowder.
Yes, that's more like you. And when this investigation clears you, I'll find an honorable position for you in the Continental Forces.
I understand that General Schuyler has urged you to give me the command of the fortress at West Point.
Yes, I would have thought a more active post, but your leg seems to be,
This leg is good enough for the command at West Point. Get me out of this contentious city. Restore my fighting spirit, so that when the wound does finally heal, I will be at your side on the battlefield.
I'd like nothing better. You must tell the French ambassador that this new nation is desperate. Our resources have been devastated by 5 bitter years of war.
I understand, Your Excellency.
Our enemy holds the capital town and most of New York State. Cornwallis has captured Georgia and holds the rest of the South at his mercy.
Mon General,
Damnation, sir, I can wait no longer. You must send your fleet from the West Indies to help us.
Sir, the Marquis is in our army, not the French.
The Marquis knows this is not aimed at him.
General Washington. I rode the night rather than trust dispatches to a courier. Gates' army has been routed.
I can't believe it.
The Carolinas are gone. Perhaps Virginia next. Gates made no effort to make another stand. By evening, he was 60 miles from the battle on a very fast horse.
That's the posturing fool they would put in your place.
We must strike a blow at Clinton in New York if we are to save our Southern Army.
Sir, we haven't a sufficient force.
Yes, well, together with the French troops at Newport, we might. I've waited long enough for our cherished allies to ready themselves to fight. Protocol be damned. I'll go to Rochambeau myself.
The message was delivered by relay, sir, from the Commander-in-Chief.
Oh, forgive me, sir. I didn't realize.
You may go now, Colonel Verdick. I'll dictate a reply later.
What is it?
A message from His Excellency. He wants me to send an armed guard to join him on the road to Hartford and escort him to meet Rochambeau. Washington intends to dine with us upon his return. But if our friends are as interested in this information as I expect they are, you'll not have to worry about setting out your best plate for His Excellency. Get this through the Patriot lines to Major Andre as quickly as possible.
Are you sure?
It should prove to them our worth. Go. Do it.
May fortune shine on your efforts here, General Rochambeau.
Que la fortune éclaire vos efforts, Général Rochambeau.
Au grand général de la liberté, George Washington, Sa Suprême Majesté Louis XVI envoie ses salutations. auxquelles j'ajoute les miennes.
To the great General of Freedom, George Washington, His Supreme Majesty Louis XVI sends his greetings, to which General Rochambeau heartily joins his own.
All of America salutes the great French army.
Toute l'Amérique salue la grande armée française.
Et toute la France salue la grande armée américaine.
And all of the France salutes the great American army.
Let us also drink to the recapture of New York City.
Son Excellence George Washington dit, buvons à la reprise de la ville de New York.
Ah non, messieurs.
He says no, sirs.
Votre armée américaine n'est pas très puissante.
Your American army is not very
Même avec les
strong.
deux forces unies.
And even together with
Pas
his
d'égal.
small force, we are not the equal of the
attendent
British,
derrière le redoute
who are
formidable
waiting
pour nous
behind their
massacrer.
massive fortifications to slaughter us.
Tell the general that I have heard that a grand French fleet will be in the West Indies this
Une
summer.
grande flotte française arrive aux Indes
The general
occidentales cet été.
Could persuade his government to send those ships and those soldiers to New York City, and then we would be strong enough.
A envoyé cette flotte à New York. Et ensuite, en ce moment, nous les Alliés, nous serions alors les plus forts.
Mais mon cher Lafayette, Cornwallis menace actuellement la Virginie.
He says, my dear General, Cornwallis is now menacing Virginia. And the fleet of Admiral de Grasse is closer to the Chesapeake.
Pourrait-on séparer Cornwallis de sa flotte?
And perhaps it would be possible
ses
to
approvisionnements.
cut off Cornwallis from his navy and
Ensemble, nous pourrions
supplies,
attaquer en force.
and together attack him in force. Would this not be tempting, General? No?
But how would we get both armies out from under Clinton's eyes
Comment
and
pourrait-on tirer nos deux armées
march south without
et marcher au sud
the enemy knowing it?
sans que l'ennemi ne le sache pas?
Dites-lui, s'il y a un moyen, Georges le renard le trouvera.
He says, if there is a way, George the fox, that is what he calls you. George the Fox will find it.
I see now why they call you the bulldog of the battlefield, General Rochambeau.
Il comprend maintenant, il vous appelle le chien taureau de...
Chien.
Non, 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 non.
Chien, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, ça, chien?
Non, chien taureau, chien féroce, bulldog.
Oh, bulldog?
Bulldog.
Ah, bulldog, oui, 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 j'ai compris, oui.
Perhaps two stubborn men,
peut-être
perhaps two stubborn men, each having met his match, can now agree to do something.
Et peut-être deux hommes têtus, en rencontrant leur égal, peuvent maintenant s'accorder à faire quelque chose.
Eh bien, moi, je bois à quelque chose.
He says he will drink to something.
A decent breakfast with General Arnold should restore my good spirits. I tell you, I've never been more frustrated. Is the French fleet coming, or isn't it, Hamilton?
Sir, General Arnold has gone to West Point to prepare a welcome for you.
We are a bit late, sir.
Well, if you gentlemen hadn't taken us off the main road because of some probable false report of an enemy patrol.
Well, one cannot be too careful, sir.
And what of Mrs. Arnold?
She's not yet risen.
I suppose it is the fashion for pretty ladies to sleep late. You stay behind, Hamilton, to receive any dispatches. We'll proceed on to West Point.
Forgive us, sir. We would have prepared a suitable reception at West Point if only we had been notified you were to arrive.
Well, I was informed General Arnold preceded me.
Sir, we have not seen the General.
And he knew I was to be here.
Perhaps General Arnold has landed at another redoubt. If you care to, Your Excellency, the gun emplacements are ready for your inspection.
Yes, come in.
Washington, a rider just brought a packet of papers sent to you from the Croton River Post. I think you should look at them right away, sir.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Arnold has betrayed us.
How could...
3 Patriot irregulars stopped a lone horseman in civilian dress who behaved in such an agitated fashion that they searched him. Found these in his boots. Official pass made out to John Anderson to move between the lines, signed by Benedict Arnold. And this, secret information from our last council of war, useful to an enemy who planned to capture West Point. Incredible.
This John Anderson. Perhaps he can be made to talk.
He already has. They sent a letter to His Excellency along with the packet. He's Major Jean-Andre, Adjutant General of the British Army, and he has the gall to claim he isn't a spy and refuses to tell us where Arnold is.
I want Arnold. I'll hang that traitor if it's the last thing I do on God's earth.
He must have escaped downriver.
Colonel Hamilton, gallop to King's Ferry. We have forces there who could stop his barge before it's too late.
Yes, sir.
General Washington!
Sir, Mrs. Arnold is going mad. She's screaming for you.
Bring me General Washington! General Arnold is gone. He's gone forever. There, the spirits have carried him up there. They put hot irons in his head.
Mrs. Arnold, here is His Excellency.
No, you're not General Washington.
Arnold,
No.
how can I help?
General Arnold cannot protect me.
How can I help?
Gone. Hot irons. I have hot irons in my head. Burning me. Burning me. Burning me. Burn
You must find him. He must not escape. Do you hear me? I want to see him hang.
Protect me. He's gone forever. They're burning me.
If I could be sure that Arnold were with Clinton, I'd send a raiding party across this river to try to capture both of them.
We hear rumors that Arnold has been made a brigadier general in His Majesty's regulars and will fight against us.
Yes?
Sir, another mutiny. The Jersey troops at Pompton Lakes had defied their officers and set out for Trenton.
What the British have failed to do in 5 years of war, this spreading revolt within our own army could accomplish overnight.
Sir, you know what must be done.
An example must be set. Seize 1 or 2 of the mutineers. Let them be tried and shot by their own kind.
That could incite further revolt.
Our liberties are lost if armed soldiers dictate terms to their country.
Yes, sir.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Make ready!
Be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Hallowed. Give us this day our daily bread.
Take aim!
Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And deliver us not into evil.
Fire!
Sir, it's Richard Henry Lee.
I was told I'd find you already about, General Washington.
Mr. Lee, you must have ridden all night.
All the way from Virginia. Our Southern Army's done little more than play the fox to Cornwallis's hounds. The capital has fallen.
My wife, is she?
Yes, I stopped by Mount Vernon on my way, knowing you'd be concerned. She's safe for the moment.
Thank God.
But there is nothing to stop Arnold from sending British warships up the Potomac.
If I could capture that traitor.
Perhaps you can.
Congress is now ready to offer you what amounts to dictatorial power in Virginia if you will lead 2,000 or 3,000 good troops.
I would take far more than that. And I will not divide this army so that we could rescue Virginia at the risk of losing Philadelphia and New England.
You would turn your back on the land we both love? You could be bankrupt. Your estate confiscated.
My friend, Mount Vernon is as much a part of me as my blood, but I cannot abandon my duty to these states who wish to become one people. We pray God that the promised French fleet arrives before it's too late.
Where's Colonel Abbott? Upstairs, Your Excellency.
Attention! Rochambeau is still dawdling. I must speak with you, Colonel Hamilton.
Sir, I'll be there in a moment. He's in another fury about the French, and I'm not sure I'm up to it right now. I worked with him by smoky candlelight half the night, planning the capture of Arnold. My eyes are two burned holes and an empty skull.
A feeling I am familiar with. You'd best go to him. He has a great deal to concern him.
So have I.
You have kept me waiting at the head of the stairs. I must tell you, sir, you treat me with disrespect.
Do I? Well, if that's the way you feel, sir, maybe it's time I left your service.
If it be your choice.
You shall have my resignation as soon as my hand can write it.
Colonel Tillman tells me you wish to heal our differences.
Well, I'm sure that we both regret what happened. And would put this entire affair behind us.
It happened for a reason, sir, and I will not withdraw my resignation.
I have always treated...
Oh, yes. You sent me on important missions. Encouraged me to preside at the headquarters table. Such scraps from your bounty.
Colonel Hamilton.
I begged to be in the field, to lead troops in battle, but you always put me off, sir. Well, I will take no more, sir.
I know how frustrated you've been, Alex.
I felt the same way at your age. I forget that you have a destiny of your own. Perhaps you'll stay on until you can be replaced.
Of course, sir. Of course.
There's nothing further to say. Is there?
No, sir. There's nothing.
Alex? You shall have your line command.
Thank you, sir.
By God, Lawrence, you have brought news as to stir the blood.
Sir, the others will be here as soon as their aides can gather them.
A powerful French fleet
Your Admiral de Grasse, with 3,000 land troops, has left the West Indies and sails directly for the Chesapeake.
The time is now. For de Grasse's fleet can only stay a few weeks. So, if we are to trap Cornwallis at Yorktown, we must reach the Chesapeake by the time the Admiral arrives.
But as soon as Clinton sees us break camp, sir,
we won't let him see us. We'll make him think that we still plan to attack New York.
But how will we leave New York and march south hundreds of miles without the enemy knowing?
We found a way to deceive them on Long Island. Now we must be even more clever.
What do you think? Would it fool you?
The few men we leave behind will make a company seem like a dozen regiments.
They'll light hundreds of these campfires each night.
These same men will harass the British outposts every night.
Yes.
Mon General, the fleet of Admiral de Grasse has reached within the Virginia Capes. He has 3,000 troops that will meet us at Jamestown.
And Cornwallis can no longer escape by sea.
He's trapped, sir.
Sir, our men have dug trenches as close to the British lines as they dare.
Those two forward enemy redoubts will play havoc with any attack. You see how they prevent us from drawing the noose around Yorktown?
We could pound them with the mass cannon, sir. Perhaps in a few days.
We don't have a few days, General Knox. Clinton could be on his way to rescue Cornwallis, and Admiral de Grasse has warned us that he must send his fleet soon to protect the West Indies.
Those two redoubts cannot delay us any longer. They must be taken quickly and by storm.
Very well, sir.
We'll move our cannon closer, dominate their defenses.
The French will attack Redoubt 9. We will attack Redoubt 10. If we succeed, we have a chance to end the war here. General Lafayette is commander of the assault. Colonel Hamilton, you will lead the attack. Colonel Lawrence, your regiment will follow. Advance in the dark, as silently as you can. Muskets unloaded, only bayonets. Surprise and terror will be your main weapons. May Providence be with you.
Fix bayonets!
Fix bayonets!
Pioneers forward! Fire your signal.
Follow me!
Keep low.
Move quickly, quickly!
Stay together.
Quickly! Battalion! Forward! Sir, Colonel Lawrence men, they're in position.
Forward! Circle there! Don't let them regroup! Forward! Turn that gun! For God's sake, sir, call off your men! We're done! Hamilton! Their commander surrenders! Their commander surrenders! Stop! They surrender! C'est le triomphe! We are victorious! We have taken redoubt number 10 and the French redoubt number 9. Casualties. 1 sergeant and 8 privates have been killed in the American assault. 25 were wounded. I am afraid that the French have suffered greater casualties.
The officers?
Colonels Hamilton and Lawrence are unharmed. They will report later.
Thank God.
Cornwallis has no choice but to surrender his entire army. Play the Yankee Doodle.
Regiment, up! Regiment, up! Regiment, up!
Sir.
Vous vous trompez, monsieur. Le général de notre armée est là.
Sir, the Earl Cornwallis is indisposed. I am second in command.
Since the Earl chose to send one of his subordinates, General Lincoln will accept the surrender.
Your Excellency. Sir, my sword.
Sir, you may retain your sword.
Forward, march!
Though our ministers discuss peace with the British, we are still at war, Colonel, and I do not approve. It is destructive of our liberties.
They know how you feel, sir. So they do not want you there at the secret meeting.
Well, I cannot believe that.
Then you do not know the depth of their anger, General. If Congress still refuses to honor its promise of back pay and pensions, your officers will march on Philadelphia. They say if you lead them, you can control the Congress, determine the future of this new nation. If you refuse, they will simply turn to General Gates.
Do you agree with him, Alex?
Yes?
General Washington. The dispatch from South Carolina. Colonel Lawrence.
Yes, a message?
No, sir, he...
Well, for God's sake, what is it?
He was leading a band of irregulars against the British outside Charleston. He was killed, sir.
I can't believe it.
John.
pointless skirmish. The war all but over. My God, why?
We are treated like an old horse. To be shot when its usefulness is done. Gentlemen, I say that Congress cannot hear words. Only action. Sir, you are not expected at this meeting.
Nevertheless, I'm here.
Sir, your officers are gathered here to...
Officers who have shared so much with me will not stop me from saying what I came to say. You have read this? Yes. Broadside given to all officers except your commander-in-chief. It calls for the army to take over the government. Right. I quote, "If peace comes, never sheath your swords until you have obtained what is your right." It is our right. Your right. My God, what can this writer want? Is he a friend of this army? Yes. A friend of this country? Yes. No, damn him, he is a foe. Perhaps an agent from the British plotting our ruin by creating discord between the civil and the military.
If you will not lead us, sir, stand aside.
I will not stand aside. And if you try to silence me, you are asking for a nation in which freedom of speech is taken away. And dumb and silent we are led like sheep to the slaughter. You will not march on Philadelphia. You are men of honor. You know that if any army be allowed to terrorize civilian government for political ends, the future of this country will be lost in darkness. I know you. I have fought beside you. I have listened to your cries. I've grieved with you. And we are bound together in a sacred brotherhood of free men. Be true to it, and you will be true to yourself. True to the highest aspirations of these United States. I have a letter from a member of Congress, and they are trying to do justice to this army. Let me read it. Gentlemen, you will permit me to put on my spectacles, for I have not only grown gray, but almost blind in service of my country. My dear gentlemen,
someone else can read this. For I've said all I came to say.
A great honor, General. A great honor indeed.
Gentlemen, with a heart full of love and gratitude, I take my leave of you. I most devoutly wish that your latter days be as prosperous and happy as your former ones have been glorious and honorable. I cannot come to each of you, but shall feel obliged if each of you would come and take me by the hand.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to help us produce more compelling historical content like this, please like, comment below, and share this video with fellow history buffs. And of course, be sure to subscribe to help keep history happening.